Alright, we are back with another stream, and it feels good. It feels almost like at home, knowing that I am streaming a gacha game, as how bad as that kind of is right now. But how are you all doing? Hello Kazimaru and hello Orion. How are you all doing? It's good to see you all here. And yeah. It's been a while since I've last streamed Reverse 1999. I think the last time I streamed it, I don't actually remember what date I last streamed it, but I did remember the last time I streamed Reverse 1999 was when I was trying to finish chapter 8. Chapter 8, and that was that was, oh man. I think the last time I streamed like Reverse 1999 was like, I want to say like mid-February, I think. I want to say like mid-February or mid to late, cause like, yeah, it took a while for me to finish. I think it took like 3 streams for me to finish all of chapter 8. But yeah, I'm actually looking very forward to this and chapter 9, and the reason why I decided to stream Reverse 1999 today on Friday the 13th is because it's like, ooh, Friday the 13th, it's like scary day, and what better game to play on this day other than a horror game, actually, because I could have streamed a horror game, but no, I wanted to stream Reverse 1999 today, and from what I've seen of chapter 9, it is... Whoo! I've been doing my best avoiding spoilers. Also, hello Huben, and thank you for your, as usual, automated message. There we go. There we go. Thank you for the automated message. But yeah, how are you doing as well, Huben? I know you were playing Stellar Blade earlier, right? Are you still playing Stellar Blade? That's fine if you are. That's fine if you are. I don't... Thirsty? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I was watching Huben play Stellar Blade for a little bit, and... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just refilled my water bottle, actually. I just refilled it. Losing gallons. I hope you find your gallons. I hope you find them. But yeah. Chapter 9, Reverse 1999. Chapter 9, it seems to be very Backrooms-esque, with like a lot of like liminal space stuff, but it's also like prison. We're stuck in a very like fucked up prison. Yeah. But this is actually like, I'm actually excited for this. Especially since it's like, I could be playing a horror game today. I could be, but no. I've spent long enough not streaming a gacha game. I've spent long enough not streaming one. Why are we in prison? What do we do? Have you seen the war crimes that are... I'm pretty sure the Foundation and SPDM have violated certain the Geneva Conventions. Alright, let's move over here. Let's move over here. Oh shit! It's been so long since I've streamed Reverse 1999 that this isn't even up. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've streamed it. Is it gonna... There we go. Yeah. Here, and... It's been so long since I've streamed Reverse 1999 that... Oh my god, it has to, like, spend time doing that. Alright. But, yeah, I haven't done too much since last time I've actually played on stream. I haven't done that much, actually. I think last time... Audio okay? That's good. Yeah. I was also a little worried. I did a bit of a short audio check prior, but I wasn't, like, completely sure if everything was okay. But, yeah. Level 73. Last time I remembered streaming Reverse 1999, I was, like, level 71, so I haven't done that much, honestly. And it's, like, Reverse 1999... As much as I love playing gacha games and just like the daily grind and like, I don't know, it just creates some sense of routine to me. It does. It creates a sense of routine to me. As much as I love As much as I
Dialing
like
Xiaoliang
that,
isn't an order.
Reverse
It's a
Reverse has
communication.
become a game that where I kind of only play when there's an event that like I'm really interested going on. So it's gonna be like whenever there's like a new main story update. I am also gonna be pulling for Ulrich later on. I believe he comes out in 2.8. I believe Ulrich he comes out in 2.8, and I mean I'm mostly pulling for him because one, silly Mercury head man, but two, he's an insane support for Lucy. Insane support. So yeah. Yeah, there's not gonna be too many reverse 1999 streams, and it's gonna be more of like an on and off thing. But yeah, that's that. I haven't done too much, honestly. I haven't done that much ever since like the last time I streamed and like played reverse 1999 on a daily basis, which I don't do too often now. I play it probably like once a week to 4 times a week, probably. Not too much. But yeah. Yeah, let's continue with this.
Dialing
But that being
Xiaoliang
said,
isn't an order.
I've been saving my reaction for this on stream for so long. I've been saving my reaction for this for so long, and it's now finally time for me to watch this trailer. I've been intentionally trying to avoid this trailer for it to be recorded here. So with that said, let's start. Alright.
Hear this! For us!
For us.
For poetry!
For poetry.
For us!
Oh.
For free will!
Oh.
For us! For literature!
Literature.
The Panopticon!
Panopticon. Oh my god. Oh. Oh no. He's been shot.
Doris, that blind writer? 3 days ago, she asked me for directions to Comala prison. Prison?
Oh.
This is an experimental facility. Soon you'll see just what that means.
Oh.
Jailer, who is the ruler of this prison?
Yeah, the Panopticon. Okay, I have so many things I want to say
According
about
to
this
the
prison
agreement,
and everything. I have
Idealist and
so much I want to say
represent
about
the
it.
two factions of La Sociedad. In light of
Sociedad.
his possible assassination, the Congress will now be chaired by me.
Ooh. Who? What the fuck? No blood curdling scream? Oh. Oh, that doesn't look nice. Oh. Hello?
What are we doing here? What even is this prison?
Oh.
You are a prisoner of Comala and a guest of Manus Vindictae.
Oh.
Fiction and reality are two parts of a whole. We're trapped in a story with a predetermined ending.
Holy. Yo, that is so. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome. Okay. I want to
It
talk a
wasn't
little
easy to
bit
arrest that woman,
about the
taking her away from
Panopticon,
her children.
which the Panopticon is used to describe as is essentially a prison like blueprint or design rather, where the entire prison is a sort of dome, or rather like a silo shaped, rather silo or like a cylinder shape. So the entire like prison is circular. Don't don't say anything's embarrassing. Don't say anything embarrassing. I'm putting your stream on speaker. Human likes feet. Alright. Feet licker. Ew. There you go. I'm not gonna say anything actually terrible though, but I do want to talk more about the Panopticon, which is a prison design where the prison cells, you can kind of see it here. They are okay, Human would bark for Vera. Human is one of Vera's dogs. Okay. But back to here. Where the cells are lined around a cylinder shape. So, as a result, the prisoners, they wouldn't be able to actually see who's next to them. If they peer their head out, they wouldn't be able to see, really. Or they'd have, like, very limited vision. They'd have very limited vision of who they can see next to them. And in the center, there is a singular center watchtower where the main room is elevated high enough to where the prisoners cannot see who's in the watchtower. They cannot see. And another thing about it is that the watchtower is supposed to be large enough to where you can't see the person across. If you're in one of these cells, you cannot see the person across, or in fact other people across of you. So as a result, it feels like you are the only person in the cell or in this entire jail. That's the thing about it. And what's even more terrifying is the fact that this entire prison can be guarded by only one person. Because all the rooms available would be this entire center area and this like outer ring with all the cells in there. This can be monitored all by one single person, or in fact even 0 people. Because the fact that they cannot see inside the watchtower or see who's inside the watchtower, if anyone, it creates this sense of like, ooh, is there someone in there or isn't? Or is there no one in there? I don't know. There's no way to tell. And as a result, these prisoners, they are essentially forced into obedience through the fear of surveillance. And, oh my god. And like, as a result, you can have this prison completely unmonitored. Like, no one could be in the watchtower, and the prison would still be okay. Because it's the natural fear of someone could be watching. And that is perhaps the most terrifying thing about a panopticon design. And I believe there are a couple prisons built like this, but I don't think any of them are operating now. I don't think so. Or at least I don't hope so, because like, the prison designs, they go so much into like psychological like stuff, and like, oh my god. Imagine being this constrained and they aren't even in an Asian family household. Yeah, but in all honesty, this design fascinates me so much, and it's terrifying how efficient of a design this is. It is frighteningly efficient, and it is like terrifying to think about, actually. Cause it's like, you are essentially, like, these prisoners, they are forced into obedience, and because of this constant surveillance. And it's like, is someone watching me, or is no one watching me? In fact, am I even here? Can I see the people next to me? Can I see the people across from me? No, I don't know. So I don't know. What if the person next to me is being a better prisoner than me, and they're getting better stuff than me? It's this level of uncertainty and sort of like isolation. There we go. That's what makes this prison design so effective. And honestly, I don't want to see this ever built again. I don't want to, because that is like really fucked up. This kind of design is really fucked up, honestly. Oh my god. Alright. Well, let's actually start here. Let's actually start this, okay? Let's actually start it. Alright. Because I've been yapping about what I know about the Panopticon and just like the architecture and stuff behind it, because it fascinates me so much. It fascinates me. And let's do this. Let's go. Prologue. Our story begins on the evening of March 22nd, 1991. Okay, so we're a little closer to... Alright. So last we... Oh. Sorry. Okay. Alright. So last we left off, we had Pera in tears as Anja was singing. So the Platonic year whirls around new right and wrong, whirls in the old instead. All men are dancers, and their tread goes to the barbarous clangor of a gong. I butchered that, but hey, whatever. Alright, where are we now? It is the final days of March, and the daylight hours in Ushuaia are shrinking away. Guys, how do we pronounce this? Past the busy season, the city is faded and quiet. At this moment, in the cafe at the end of the world, conversation and laughter are sealed within an airtight glass dome.
Hace algunos años, trabajé como guardabosques en un campamento en Cuernavaca. Allí conocí a un poeta surrealista mexicano.
Recoleta. Alright. In all honesty, I'm like torn on whether I should pull for Recoleta or not. I might consider it. But I don't think I'll need her, but I would like her. I would like to have her in my arsenal, I guess. In a few years, I worked as a forest ranger in a campsite in Cuernavaca. There I met a mix.
Estaba especialmente agradecido de que
When I was
estuviera ahí.
there, some animals had wandered into the campground, and I drove them off for him. It wasn't a
No
big
podían
deal,
cosas, en
really.
realidad. Como muestra de
As a token of
agradecimiento,
gratitude,
me explicó esta extraña
he
historia.
elucidated
Una
his
que
strange
ocurrió en
story
un
to
pueblo del
me.
desierto de
One
Sonora
that happened
llamado
on the
Amalfitano en
Sonoran Desert down
1975.
back in 19... You want a woman in your arsenal? Yeah, I mean, S rank. S rank DPS. She is an S rank damage dealer. DPS, Recoleta. Yeah, how are you doing, Frozzy? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well today.
La gente ahí seguía una creencia
People
muy
here
poco
adhered
ortodoxa,
to the most
que
unorthodox
giraba en
belief,
torno al Tao
which
de
centered on
Babilón.
the die of Babylon.
Un día, una investigadora
One
con
day,
una
a
maleta llegó al
researcher with
pueblo.
a suitcase
Vino a
arrived at
estudiar
town.
sus
She
costumbres
came to study
locales.
the local
Una
customs,
razón
an
nada
unsurprising
sorprendente
reason for a
para
learned
que una
intellectual
intelectual
to appear
erudita
in a
apareciera
desert
en un
settlement.
remoto asentamiento del desierto.
Alright.
But little did she know,
Yeah, what's
this
up,
dusty old
Junie?
town and
How are
its
you
peculiar
doing?
custom would lead her down an entirely unexpected path.
How are you doing, Junie? Have you read the newest chapter in Reverse 1999 yet? I just started. I just did. Yeah. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Went down. Would lead her an entirely unexpected path. Oh.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, Recoleta.
Nope, haven't touched
Does
99
this
in a bit.
researcher have a name?
Yeah. I've been trying to hold off reading this for Friday the 13th because after I saw pieces of the trailer, when I saw pieces of the trailer, I was like, oh wait, there's a Friday the 13th coming up. I should wait for that to stream this. But yeah. Yeah, Reverse has mostly been in the background for me as well.
She could be Nora, Joanna, or Teresa. Any name, really. I feel like you want people focusing on this story, not keeping track of who's who.
Yeah. Confusion and shock intertwine on the storyteller's face. How are you? I'm doing pretty good today. Doing pretty good. Yeah. Although very exhausting beginning of the week, but now it's like I finally get to relax now. I get to relax.
Thank you for your advice.
Okay.
But she isn't a Nora, or a Joanna, or a Teresa. She's just herself.
Well, does she have a name?
A paracausality researcher.
Oh. Paracausality researcher. That is a word. Gonna lurk, don't want to spoil myself too much. That's fair. That's fair. But I appreciate you dropping in. I appreciate it. And also the lurk. I will appreciate it.
You see that look? She's halfway to eating you alive.
Also like the
Face
art
it,
for the
Maria.
NPCs.
She wouldn't be the loca we know if she listened to anyone.
Where are we right now, actually?
Ah, alright. So you didn't like the opening. Fine. I'll come up with something new.
Seems to be like a storyteller, right? Yeah.
Maybe I'll start with a bit of exposition on the Die of Babylon. beginning with its origins as a secret relic created by an Aztec priest, imprisoned by the
Storyteller? Just like mentions storyteller and immediately like Human just like, huh? Just like, what was it worth for nothing? What was it worth a bad thing? The mysterious dye's origins never get a continuation, as her story is interrupted a second time.
I don't know if that's going to do much, hermana. I'm beginning to think we'll never figure out what you're trying to say with this novel.
Oh.
And, well... and this isn't your fault.
Ay Dios. Just tell her, Maria. We're going back to Buenos Aires.
Oh.
¿De vuelta a Buenos Aires? ¿De repente? ¿Así? ¿Sin más?
Buenos Aires. Oh, they're in... Okay, so are they in, like, Argentina, then? Oh, yeah, they are. Okay, we're in Argentina now. Or within that area of South Africa, I guess. Because we could also... Yeah, because that's fairly close to, like, Uruguay and... Yeah. It's not too far away from Uruguay. Or at least not terribly far away. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I now have a good idea where we are now. Because I haven't been keeping up with all of the story in reverse. I haven't been keeping up with all of it recently. Only a couple pieces of it. And is someone The startled storyteller eyes her companions of the last 2 months, searching for reasons.
Ah, see. I know what it is. I've bored you with my constant rambling over this novel.
That being said, I feel like Verton would be might be interested in the novel, or at least Sonetto would be. Sonetto might be interested in the novel, actually.
No, Recoleta. It's got nothing to do with your novel.
Oh?
Don't you get it? We're flat broke. Why do you think we're stuck here scrubbing tables?
The man slams his damp washcloth on the table to emphasize his point. His voice breaks the illusion of silence in the cafe.
Because we can't pay for all the mate we've been drinking.
The mate. All the yerba mate.
That wasn't a question, Regoleta. We've crossed the continent, crashed the readings of all those prestigious poets, and leave the way a real artist should. And, I admit it, it's been just as amazing as you promised.
Okay.
But we can't go on living like this.
You know that we both care about you, and we believe in your novel too.
Oh.
I'd be lying if I said this journey meant nothing to me. Getting to ride around the continent on a motorcycle like Che Guevara himself? I never could have imagined I'd get the chance to go on an adventure like this. We got to live the dream.
Yeah.
A real
nice.
dream. Except for those days when the motorcycle broke down. Though that was a real tribute to Che's journey too.
Don't tease, Pancho. Recoleta, since you invited us to join the Visceral Realists, we've both found amazing new ways to channel our inner poetry. Even though I still don't understand what in the world you're trying to say with your novel, or for that matter, what visceral realism actually is.
I'm now curious about visceral realism. Associated with novel savage literary movement that's not fully defined within the novel itself, but rather presented as a concept that two of the characters are trying to articulate and embody. Seems to be active writing poetry seriously. Yeah, there's no like exact definition for this term. There's no exact definition. So I'm not too certain either. Oh. Wait, oh, I just realized. I need to turn... Where is this? There we go. I just realized, wait a minute. I was like, wait, there's a Discord ping playing. Uh-oh. You guys can actually hear that.
Maria, Pancho. You told us not to worry about the definitions, to feel and to live in our words. We did just as you said, and it felt great. But...
Yeah, my streamer mode thing. Yeah. Yeah, I turned it off for a split moment to try and like capture stuff on Discord, but yeah, I forgot to turn it back on. She looks out at Ushuaia. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Feeling a chill. You know what? How to pronounce... pronunciation. Is there a pronunciation on this, please?
Ushuaia.
Ushuaia. Ushuaia. Okay. Alright. Snow falls from the dimming sky. The reason is shifting. Soon, gray and white will blanket the colorful houses of this desolate land.
Ahora el frío del invierno se instala. Y lo único que parece importante es ese pequeño pueblo ficticio.
Oh God. I still love, like, how realistic the fact that, like, yeah, even though, like, they are saying this all in English to us, it's like, in reality, they are speaking their native language. In reality, they are, and it's just that we're getting, like, a translation of it. The storyteller sinks back against their accusations, searching for words.
I appreciate your honesty, amigos. I was worried the problem was much worse than all that. Winter here isn't as dreadful as you think, and I know just the place to keep us warm.
Oh?
It was 1520. Arcanist Ferdinand Magellan sailed across unfamiliar waters under orders from the Spanish crown.
Wait.
Over the vast gray sea, he saw spots of light in the distance. An island. He named it Tierra del Fuego.
Oh.
For the next 400 years, Ushuaia faithfully served its role at the end of the world. It became the continent's penal colony, and its largest building even served as a prison.
Oh.
Many Arcanists were exiled there. By the turn of the century, the Arcanist hunt had reached its peak, and the Comala Sanatorium was built. Well, as you may already know, at that time, most Arcanists were believed to be victims of madness. The sanatorium was their ship of fools. However, as people began to realize that Arcanist blood wasn't a guarantee of madness, fewer and fewer were imprisoned there. By 1947, it was officially closed.
Oh.
Until the 1970s, when a group of people from the National Foucault Studies Association returned to the island with new ideas for the location.
Oh.
They spoke in abstract terms and opaque theories that no one could understand. They rebuilt this place and gave it a new name. After a long period of construction, the Comala Sanatorium became a prison once more, one designed to hold Arcanist criminals.
Oh.
They were taken from the streets and the psychiatric clinics, from secret societies and rebel groups. Any Arcanist deemed mentally or socially unfit would be locked away there. This association claimed the inmates would receive the best treatment, and they would fully recover before being returned to society. A prison, a medical lab, a sanatorium.
Ooh.
Call it whatever you want. That is what Comala is today.
Yikes.
And we could spend the whole winter there. It'd probably be the easiest winter we've ever had. All that it requires is a little bit of acting.
That is a place of scientific or not really scientific. I don't know how to. I don't know if that's a good place to stay, Recoleta. I don't know. think I know the answer already, but do you have but you have two monitors, right? Yeah, I have a second monitor. Although the second monitor is like a really crappy screen. I think it's like locked. It's like a really old monitor. I don't remember. Its frame rate might be locked at like 30 or something. Or however many frames it's locked at now. Because it definitely doesn't get 60 frames. It does not. And it's just... yeah, but it gets the job done. It gets the job done. That's the most important thing. I mean, I used to have a much older monitor that had like the screens that are like square shaped. I used to have that as my second monitor, but now it's like, no, I've upgraded to something a little bigger. But yeah, I do have a second monitor. It's not as good as my primary one, but it gets the job done. That's the main thing. Also, the fact that Recoleta, she mentions Magellan. Yeah, it says Ferdinand Magellan, and that is an actual Portuguese explorer. So it's kind of cool that other historical figures, they've been like altered to fit the sort of like world here. It's been altered, and that's really cool.
It won't be hard to pass ourselves off as a bunch of unstable crackpots. A touch of madness comes parceled with the gifts of being an arcanist.
So they all arcanists then, even like the young man and woman here? Yeah. Are they all arcanists?
That's your brilliant idea? To get us locked up in an asylum?
Yeah, it's
You understand
an asylum,
we'd be
I mean, might as
prisoners
well.
there, don't you? It's not like we get to put our feet up and relax by a fire.
Yeah, and also, how would you get out? How would you get out? Because I don't think you can just, like, walk in and then walk out willy-nilly. I don't think so. Her increasingly agitated companion turns his head aside, catching the faint outline of a patrolling... Gendarme through the frosted window. I don't... There's... What is... Gendarme, Gendarme, okay. Oh my god, I did not expect it to be that loud. Armed police officer in France or other French-speaking countries. Okay. Just like, leave it to reverse 1999 to make me look up words that I don't know.
You want to go to jail? Well, see that man over there? Go greet him with a punch to the jaw, then you'll be set for the whole winter.
It sounds like a good idea.
Like she said, a touch of madness. Touch of madness. I think she might have a little more than a touch.
Recoleta, please. We're not messing with the Gendarmeria.
Okay.
Going to my Aunt Julia's. She said she could take us in at her vineyard up north near the capital. Well, it's harvest season. They could use all the help they can get.
Oh?
We'll return to Ushuaia next year. Or when the winter has passed. It'll still be great.
Oh no, Recoleta's like hell-bent on her on her idea now. Oh no. Recoleta's expression is as cold as the mate on the table.
I hear you, amigos.
Oh?
But respectfully, I must turn down your offer.
Oh no.
This has been more than just a road trip for me.
No?
I know sticking around here for the winter won't be easy. But this could be my last chance. What if things change again? I can't just wait for spring.
Recoleta.
What did I tell you, Maria?
Oh, okay.
She never listens. Wasting your breath. Adios, Recoleta. I don't think we'll meet again.
Oh? Pancho's apologetic words freeze in his mouth.
Mierda! Los gendarmes are looking straight at us!
Uh-oh.
What?
Oh! The cafe door swings open, and also the effect making it, like, harder to read. What the fuck? The gust of cold air and dampness sweeps through the room. Recoleta's hair stands on end with a chill as she turns to face the door.
Stop right there!
You three match the descriptions of some intruders at the poetry meeting in Casa Pionera.
Oh. Recoleta plans a response, only to hear the scrambling sounds of her companions bolting away out the door. The back door.
Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse.
Oh. Alright, fight. Yep. Ushuaia. Alright. We're not gonna have a hard time with this fight. We're not. Ooh, it has been a while since I've streamed this. Alright.
Loading, charging.
Go.
Do you have a little faith in me, Master?
Faraday's miracle.
Oh wow, these. What?
Aim and shoot.
Oh, I targeted the one with the shield.
Embrace.
Finish it. Ah, close. Close. We could have done it in one cycle. One round. I could have done it in one round. That's fine.
Loading.
Alright. Finish it.
Understood.
The light that illuminates all.
Alright.
And now to return to my long-term mission.
The Hermanes are left behind in the cold, but the fluster. Oh! Until she stumbles on a patch of wet and mushy snow. But the flustered young rider still dares not stop running.
Oh, gracias a Dios. Creo que los perdimos.
Oh.
Are you alright?
Oh.
Ah, gracias. Better to kiss the ground than kiss the gendarme's boots, if one must choose.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Wait a second. Doris, is that you?
I don't remember where Doris is now. Wait, yeah, cause she got kidnapped by like the Manus, and then like we got her back with Pera, with Lopera, and then from there, where is she now? I don't remember. It's been too long. But yeah, everyone, the fact that like there are several people now saying that like, yeah, Doris does look like Merton.
Funny how life moves in circles and puts an old friend in my path. How have you been? Are you paying another visit to Comala?
No, this isn't Doris.
Doris.
Oh. I know that name. Also the Aperon theme playing right now. Or it reminds me of Aperon. A name falls from the sky, offered by a girl who has just face planted and cannot see the figure before her.
Timekeeper, could she mean our Dr. Doris?
Most likely. You have similar hair.
Was I mistaken?
Yes. She wipes the snow from her face. Still dizzy, she makes out the stranger before her. As her vision clears, it becomes apparent that fate is not a perfect loop. At least, the person holding the suitcase in front of her is not the same woman she met before.
How strange. I've never seen two people so alike.
Probably because they might be related? I don't know. Are they related?
But please, forgive me. It's been a long day.
No need to apologize. In fact, the person you just mentioned sounds like someone we're looking for.
Oh yeah.
Could you tell me where you last saw her?
Sure, Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
You're not from around here, are you? Your accents and those clothes give you away. Come with me. I know a warmer place to talk.
Alright. To be continued. Oh. Okay. Ushuaia port explosion. Reports. Endless reports. Why are there only ever reports? Explosion. Oh, okay. Alright, what's here? Over here. Buenos Aires. how did the guy pronounce it again? Division intake report. Authority, it's always so flexible. Size. Ulric Regulus. Oh. Oh, I did not expect Ulric and Regulus to be mentioned within so close to each other. I did not expect that. I received message upon landing in Tierra del Fuego on mission. And okay, we have stuff from some others. Alright. And now...
The moment armies start to march,
he's back.
The world stands still.
Narrator, man. He's back. He's back. It's been a while. It's been a while. Oh my god. I forgot you turned into a man. I was so used to hearing a woman. I forgot you turned into a man. I was like, alright, when do we hear snarky woman? Oh wait, no, you turned into a man, right. We've had... we now have a new narrator.
Fight or fall back.
A narrator.
Charge forward or run. Those are the only rules on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think we've had him in Chapter 8. I know we had him in Chapter 8. I don't think Chapter 7, though. And then we had, like, the woman from, like, Chapter 5 to Chapter 7, I think. Alright, let's...
I don't see a start time on this report. Nor does it state the reason for or the demands of this war.
Because there's a war waged with... paper and pens.
Ah, a literary war. Indeed, the violence acted upon words is often just as devastating as an order on a battlefield. Words must fulfill their duties to their creators, just as soldiers must answer to their commanders.
I still don't see how this relates to what's happening now.
You don't? The young writers have all been exiled, sent down a path with no signs to follow and no destination. In dark days of bloody conflict, soldiers often find comfort in scriptures and verses, or in letters from their loved ones. They hold those words close, a fragile piece of home, a brief solace from the roaring of the battlefield. But as they fall one by one, they learn the bitter truth. No destiny awaits them but death. That bitter homesickness still weighing heavy in their hearts.
I hope they can at least find some peace in their dreams.
In dreams? Maybe. Walking the streets of your hometown. Spending a lazy afternoon at the writing desk. Dreams can take you anywhere. But live there too long, and the lines between fiction and reality will blur. And soon, you'll never wake up again. Soldiers crawl through trenches, roll in the mud, and charge to their deaths again and again. While words are forever trapped within the confines of poetry, made to live, die, and live again under the golden prophecy. I can't stand the way poets talk.
Poetry is always interesting to me, because it's like, sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. And it's like, I don't know, I feel like I'm terrible when it comes to writing poetry, just because it's like there is no defined or definite way to write poetry. There is none. And as a result, you have all the freedom in the world, which, like, to me, that feels like, well, what the fuck do? I could just write random bullshit and call it a poem. But, yeah. Yeah. Poetry's always been strange to me. I've never been very good at it. I've never been. But it's like, some poems, they do make sense, some don't. Some don't to me. It's like a hit or miss for me. Someone probably more into it can Although I can actually, yeah, I can understand why some people would find poetry more interesting than me, or find it more interesting. I can see it. I can see it. It's just not me. More than circles. A ring that closes on itself? That is far from enough to define the essence of fate. Ring that closes on itself. Far from find the essence of fate. Right. Also like the die. Also like the 20-sided die right here. Is that? I'm not sure if that is the same way a die should normally be. Blue violet is red. I think I'm wrong. I deserve to bonk. Wrong. I guess I deserve a bonk. Sure. I've never been too good with poetry. I've never been too good with it. More than circles. Alright.
According to these news reports from Ushuaia, there was an arcane attack on the pier about a week ago.
Oh.
All the ships in the port were destroyed.
Oh, that was the explosion they mentioned in the paper.
Could Manus Vindictae be responsible for this?
Possibly.
Or perhaps the Xeno rebels?
Hard to say. But things have been suspiciously
Yeah.
quiet these past few days.
Yeah, especially with all of the event that happened in like chapter 7. Chapters.
I
All
had
of
been
that
hoping
happened.
we'd find some clues here in Ushuaia, after we lost track of the Manus, in the Free Breeze shipwreck. They would have gone to ground somewhere remote and off the radar. Indeed, it's possible they've already left Ushuaia. For whatever reason, it seems they haven't been pushing for the storm to happen quite as eagerly as before.
Yeah, that's strange. Cause like their entire thing is like we must like push the storm so that we can like get to an era where Arcanus can rule.
I have a strange feeling about it all. They're definitely up to something.
Yeah, they're cooking something.
For now, it seems our new friend's story lines up with the intel from Moth. It
Okay.
seems the Xeno rebels really did bring Dr. Dorez here. We should see if there's anything more she can tell us.
Timekeeper,
The chief assistant hesitates. What's
the
up,
Foundation
Soneto?
doesn't have any intelligence on Tierra del Fuego. If the Manus really are here,
Oh.
then we'll be on our own. The closest Foundation branch is in Buenos Aires, 3,200 kilometers away.
Whew, that's a ways away. Ooh, okay. They did say they're in Ushuaia, which... Let me see, where is Ushuaia exactly on the map? I do want to see where we are on the map right now. Yeah, the most southern point of... Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes sense, because, the Xeno rebels, last we saw of them, we saw, Moldir and, shit, what was his name again? Igor. Yeah. We saw those two, like, staring off to Antarctica with all the penguins. With all the penguins, like, looking over. So, yeah. So it makes sense that they are... Okay, we're in Ushuaia right now. She reflects without words, a reminder that the chaos caught by Igor's rebellion is still fresh. Okay, so we're literally picking up, like probably a couple days right after chapter 8. Okay.
Careful and well considered as ever, Soneto. It's possible they've already infiltrated Ushuaia, just as they did in Chisos. But the Xeno rebels may still be holding Dorez. We can't just wait around. I'm afraid we'll have to take the risk. Ushuaia is not very big. If Manus Vindictae is here, we'll notice. Stay sharp.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Understood, Timekeeper.
That being said, Vertin, you have an entire suitcase with Arcanists in them.
I'll keep an eye out for them and for Dr. Dorez.
After a chaotic hunt and escape, the cafe regains its usual peace. The Hermanes are gone, and so too are Recoleta's companions.
My friends. They're really gone.
Oh no. They ran out the back door.
Adios, Recoleta.
I don't think we'll meet again. So that's all I get?
Aww.
We could have exchanged some farewell poems, read them out loud like we used to, and shed a few bitter tears over our heartfelt goodbyes.
Aww. Also the theme that's playing right now?
But you know what they say. Goodbyes are only a senseless feast of unhappiness. Pardon? Oh, it's nothing. Never mind. Please, sit down. And could we get a pot of mate with mint, please?
Nope.
Thank you.
Recoleta watches with interest as the two girls take the offered cups of tea.
So you're looking for Doris? I
Yeah.
can tell she's important to you from your look. Correct. Is there anything more you could tell us about the day you met her? Of course. It was one of those gray, overcast afternoons.
Oh my god, the storyteller.
I had just turned onto Calle Bolivar when I ran into this blind woman on my way to the post office. To be exact, I didn't run into her. She called to me. It felt like a sacred moment in time. Like something unworldly. I just stood there, frozen, as she walked up and fixed a loose thread on my sweater.
Oh.
I stared at her until my fingers went numb, and the letter almost slipped out of my hand.
Miss, could you tell me what's in that direction?
I followed her hand as she pointed forward. Strangely, even though I could see she was blind, I had a feeling that she knew exactly where she was pointing and where she intended to go. That's the way to Comala prison, Senora. Is that where you're headed? I could walk you there if you'd like.
Aw.
Thank you, miss. But I think I found my way.
She held a typewriter. How ironic that God would give her, at once, both books and night. I am Recoleta. What may I call you, miss?
Oh?
I hope you don't mind me asking, Senora. I didn't mean to pry. It's only that I have to know. You're a writer too, aren't you? I've been working on a novel and, for some reason, I have this feeling you could be a character in it.
Oh?
Forgive me. I'm just so excited. I really want to remember this moment. Please, may I have your name? Or whatever you'd like me to call you? I don't think I'll ever forget her smile.
Oh.
It was soft, kind, almost merciful. And oddly, it felt so ancient.
Did you just call her old?
No offense taken, Miss Recoleta. But first, I have a question for you. What does literature mean to you?
Sorry? What a question it was. I wasn't expecting anything like it.
You're a writer, are you not? And one I sense with purpose.
Ooh.
Tell me, where does such powerful motivation come from?
Actually, well, I'm not sure, Senora. I have my pursuits and questions, but literature is neither the goal nor the answer to them. Literature is, well, it's just literature. I suppose if I had to define it, I'd say it's a tool. A kindling for fire, or a lens to see through. A means to explore and raise questions from different angles and express our perspectives.
And what an interesting perspective you've expressed. I see. But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time.
That's interesting.
Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle. Just when I was looking for the right word, she turned away with a little wave, heading toward the prison, her feet crunching over the fine snow.
Bro, that detailing right there. She
So she must have gone to the prison.
Such a cool. That's honestly such a cool way of storytelling right there. Just yeah, she's a storyteller, and now it's like incorporating her elements into the story that we receive. That's cool. But that is an interesting question, and like all the things that Dores asks. That is interesting. Just like leave it to reverse 1999 to make me think about myself. What does literature mean to you? What does literature mean, and how does it make you feel?
When did all of this happen? About 3 days ago.
Oh.
I remember the sun came out for a while that day, and the streets were glistening with melting snow.
Well, time to head to a prison and try to find Dr. Dores.
You've heard of Comala Prison, haven't you?
Word by word, the question turns from an implication into a declaration.
3 days ago. Then we may be able to catch up with her there, Timekeeper.
Yeah.
You're right. We need to get there as soon as we can.
Whoa, amazing. So decisive, assertive. A true show of character.
No. Also oh my god, I'm... This is just reminding me how much I did miss Reverse's music.
You must be the very archetype of a charismatic leader.
Charismatic leader, that is... That is... Okay.
What's left to say? Whenever the protagonist has what they want fall into their laps, we're all quick to complain about lazy writers using Deus Ex Machina to keep the story together. So, let's not dwell on it.
Yeah, like what happens if it actually happens, like here to Verton? It's like, oh, the answer is just literally presented to us. She reconciles this observation with a silent nod to an unseen author.
But anything can happen in a place like Ushuaia. It's a city where the day may only last 4 hours, and the streets are full of exiled arcanists.
We appreciate your help, Miss
Recoleta. Please, think nothing of it.
Miss Recoleta. I'm Vertin, and this is Sinetto. We're investigators from the St. Pavlov Foundation.
Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise. Glad that I could help. But listen, ladies.
At least this is directed to Verton and not self-insert character. You are a reliable leader. Yeah, it does make me feel really happy, the fact that we get to see this story through Verton, who is her own character. Yeah. She does feel like her own character, and it's like, as a result, the story does feel so much more like, I guess, like conclusive and like solid, and the things that they can do in the story just feels more like, it feels more like an actual like proper story being told, or a complete story. The girl winks playfully.
Everything happens for a reason, and now it's becoming clear. You're going to Comala Prison, and so am I.
Alright.
Maybe it's fate that brought us together.
Whoa.
What's your business there? If you don't mind our asking.
Oh, it's a writer's mission.
Okay.
But anyway, we're friends now. If you're going to Comala, you'll need someone who knows the way.
Gacha game MC who actually progresses their character arc. Honestly, I feel like that's the reason why I'm so infatuated with Reverse and Arknights' story so much. I'm so infatuated with them. Because it's like, our main character actually has a character arc. It actually grows and develops. And actually has like a defined personality and traits and a background. Actually has one. Oh my god. And it's like, as much as I like to joke about the Doctor and Arknights being a self-insert, which he kind of is, there are a couple spots in his personality that like we can act upon, but it's not too often, honestly, I feel like. And it's like, the more we see of him, the more it's like we have a defined personality for him now. Alright, oh, I didn't get a chance to read that. The place that time forgot. Comala Prison Perimeter. I'm actually so glad for Doctor. It may be not as explicit, but he has his own arc and shit. Shit, F you, Doctor. Oh my god. Has his own arc and yeah. Yeah, and also like the entire background behind him as well. It's like, yeah, Doctor wakes up with amnesia and like we fill in for him for the time being, but like as it progresses, it's like, oh shit. Oh shit. This man is his own character. He does have his own thing. Oh fuck. Yeah. The gray riverbed winds through the frostbitten earth, disappearing into the distant horizon. Oh, that is... Reverse! Dilapidated. How to pronounce it?
Dilapidated.
Dilapidated. Okay. That is a word. That is a word. The circular complex stands alone beneath the snow-capped mountains, as if abandoned by God, humanity, and ghosts alike. Outside the fence, 3 uninvited guests discuss their plan to get inside.
Behold, Komala Prison. It's the biggest building around. When the sun comes out, it looks like a rusty button stitched into the earth.
The word I learned to use when running D&D game as DM. Oh my god. Just like
Everyone
instead
tries
of
not
ran
to pay
down or
attention to it,
broken,
but it's undoubtedly one of the
dilapidated.
most important places in town. This way. Careful. We're heading uphill. Oops.
Oh. You okay? The young rider begins to slip again. She is prevented only by Soneto's quick reflexes. The toothy maw. Nelly the most... My god, it just reminds me, I used to be able to DM, but now DM in D&D, but now I don't know if I can anymore. I'm not sure if I have that storytelling capabilities anymore.
Thanks. So, my new friends, you're from that St. Palominos?
St. Pavlov.
St. Pavlov Foundation.
I mean, I can be a DM. It's just that like being a DM that I am satisfied with, who is able to be that good of a storyteller. And like, cuz the things that like with DMs, they're very good storytellers that are very like adaptable, I guess. They're able to like change their story like pretty much on like almost like on a whim actually to like fit the situation they're in right now. Which is really cool.
And Vertin is the timekeeper there.
Ah, very impressive. Sounds all official and polished. Then I take it you've already got away into the prison?
Oh. The gate presents an unwelcoming face to the world.
I'll draft a letter to headquarters right away. Once they approve it, they'll notify the local branch in Buenos Aires. From there, they'll need to inform the Argentine government.
I mean, adapt improv is one of the most important traits as a DM. Players tend to derail. Yeah. Players. Yeah. It is by far. But like, I feel like for me, is that like, for me to be the DM that I wish to be, or aspire to be, if it's like, I need to have like a contingency plan, I guess, of like, okay, if we derail, okay, like this is the main plot, but like if we derail here, then we can go this way, or we can go that way, and then from there we can loop back to the main plot using this or something. I feel like I have to have like a billion contingency plans for it to all work and flow correctly, because if not, it's like, well, I'm gonna be stuttering over my words and yeah. You're a DM that preps a lot? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I have to have everything like planned out very like clearly to me. Having a group you are familiar with helps in the confidence in the story you want to tell. Yeah, because I have participated in a couple D&D campaigns, as few of them as I have, but yeah. It's always like they're able to like, or at least one of them was like really good in the way they were able to like, how do I phrase it? Being able to like adapt the story to pretty much whatever bullshit everyone else was wanting to do. Or like being able to like, if the party is like divided into if the party's like divided on what to do, they're able to like find a compromise or something like that, or being able to like have something where like the enjoyment is still there for everyone and not just like some people who want to do a certain thing. I used to prep a lot and then I learned about base D&D and then just wing it.
Who will then issue us a permit?
How long is that gonna take, Soneto?
Excellent. Looks like our bureaucrats still have some worth. No offense intended, of course.
Since we're pressed for time, I believe we can ask that headquarters give high priority to our request. If all goes well, we should have the permit in about a month.
I don't think we have a month. And also, I think Recoleta wants to get in the prison, like, within the next 4 days.
Ah, how expedient of them. But you know what? Maybe we shouldn't bother all those hard-working government officials with these trifling matters after all.
Oh no, Recoleta! She instantly returns to her previous judgment.
I have a simpler solution that suits the urgency of our cause.
When I ran a pure improv combat focus with anime element in it, zero prep, the only thing I was setting in the gist of the lore and I wanted to tell him to run it. That is interesting. Yeah.
That sounds great. Oh, where are you going, Miss Recoleta?
Oh no. What are we gonna witness? But yeah, I have seen a couple improv. I think the main reason why like D&D to me is like so structured is just because I'm way too objective focused. I'm far too objective focused, and as a result it's like, I don't know, I feel like I'm not satisfied with what I produce, I guess. That's probably like the best way I can describe it. Cause it's like, just like go straight to the objective. There's no like side quest, or there's very few side quests. Oh, what are we gonna see? Before anyone can stop her, the young rider hurls herself up the wall, scaling the side with the sort of skill that immediately suggests she's done this before. Myself running for Westerner though, I'm then walking off during murder hobo, do drugs, do brothel, cause political, cause my game is typical hero's journey. Yeah, cause like, I mean, I guess it's more of just like the contrast of like what everyone wants to do, and it's like the difference between like being a more like focusing on the objective, getting the mission done, and then focusing on like, oh, but I want to have fun. I think doing this would be more fun and stuff like that. I think that's just a bit of a difference in how we sort of like approach something that has like just like in the end, it's a fantasy game, role-playing game that where if we do random shit, we won't get a consequences other than maybe we have to make a new character because our old one died. That might be our only consequence, but yeah, it's just like that sort of contrast in how we want to like experience a journey, I guess. Alright. It sounds that she's done this before. That is...
To the other side of the wall, of course. From Guadalajara to Come on, ladies of the Foundation. Soneto, take my hand.
Soneto looks utterly flustered.
Miss Recoleta, please. A reckless act like that could have serious consequences. Please come back down.
Oh no.
In fact, while the details of our mission are classified, I should warn you it may be dangerous, and we cannot guarantee your safety once we're inside. Perhaps it's in your best interest to return to town.
Uh-oh.
What? That is definitely not in my best interest.
Man, they used to run a game for my group, and there's this dude who was interested in another girl in the group, and he projected his feelings onto her through the character. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Talking about unrelated stuff to the game. That's fine. It's fine. I enjoy these I enjoy yapping. Okay, I enjoy it.
What sort of pusillanimous coward would I be if I just abandoned my fated companions here? Of course I'm going in with you. Or rather, you're coming with me.
That is a word. That is a word, Recoleta. Recoleta, why are you making me look up all these words? Why are you making me look... A lack of courage or determination or timid. Okay. That is a word. Where did this word come from? What is the etymology behind it? What is the... Bro, I'm looking at like the etymology behind this and it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? What? I mean, I guess you could say that this is where the word pussy came from. As in like, yeah, you're a pussy ass bitch, boy. You know that context where it's like describing someone as like a wimp or like a loser or someone who's like, you got no balls. And then it's like, yeah, because PUS right here. Yeah, I guess that's where that came from. So you know, you're not when you call someone a pussy, you're not calling them a woman's genitalia. You're calling them fucking wimp. You're calling them a loser. Raul, is it wrong for me to say pussy? Is it wrong for me to say it? Is it wrong for me to say it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not in this okay, cause like I'm using the word not to refer to as I'm using the word not to refer to a woman's genitals, but to refer to someone who is meek. If Jerry said I was gonna say it's safe. Oh my god. Frosty. Oh man. Oh man.
Please get down, Miss Recoleta. Someone's coming our way.
Uh-oh. From the other side of the prison fence, a predator's gaze locks into the figure perched on the wall. Next time we only said pussy, don't laugh for too long.
Stop right there.
I'll
What
do
do
my
you think
best.
you're doing?
I'll do my best. Uh-oh.
Caramba, it's her again. The jailer of Comala.
Uh-oh.
Did she say jailer or jaguar?
Probably both. Maybe both. Because we did hear a roar.
Join with us, comrades.
Oh! Jailer or jaguar, that is. Okay.
Perfectly loading. Charging.
Alright.
Do you have a little faith in me, master?
Barrage.
Feel my dark and
Who let the dog out? That is not a dog.
Flee, mortals!
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
That is not a dog.
Miss Recoleta, haven't I made myself clear? I don't want to see you here again.
I know a guard dog. I never heard a guard jaguar. Well, congratulations. You have heard of a guard jaguar now.
Jailer, we meet again. What a delightful encounter on such a...
His sudden gust of cold wind interrupts her.
Miss Recoleta, haven't I made myself clear? I don't want to see you here again.
Where's Simba? Simba's on a different continent.
Lovely day.
Such a lovely day.
Would you please just leave this place alone?
Oh my god. How did they make a jaguar's face express, I am so fucking tired of you breaking into this shit. What the fuck are you doing? She looks so tired of Recoleta's bullshit. She looks so tired. How did they do that? How? That smile from Simba's girlfriend. What? What? Are you sure you're not a furry? Are you sure you're not a furry? Cupid, are you sure you're not a furry? Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. But like this face right here, she's just like, I am so tired of this bitch.
I'll never understand why a promising young woman like you keeps snooping around a prison. I can't make this any clearer. Trying to break into Comala will do nothing to get you inside, but it will get you into a world of trouble with the Gendarmeria. So, will you stop these senseless breaking attempts? Comala prison is only accessible to academic researchers and journalists. And even they must have official credentials in order to enter.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there any other way to pay a visit? I truly do need to get in there.
Oh no. Didn't you just say that, like, all we need to do is just act like a fucking nut job? She racks her brain for a plausible excuse. My non-furry account includes me thinking Simba's girlfriend is pretty. Bugs Bunny girlfriend. Lola Bunny Zootopia. Was there a huh? Who is that from Zootopia? Because I know about Zootopia, but huh? Damn smirking fox? I don't know who's the character from Zootopia. Especially since I've seen that movie like 3 times. Bugs Bunny's girlfriend, that's Lola Bunny, right? Zoe's not her name? Yeah, I don't remember a Zoe being in Zootopia. The rabbit from Zootopia? Shit, what was her name? Judy. Judy Hopps, right? All of this talk is reminding me just like, oh yeah, I need to eventually make a Pokemon Smash or Pass stream. I need to make that one day, okay? And it's just gonna be me saying Smash or Pass and thinking about things, and and I'm not gonna give any context on why I would Smash or Pass certain Pokemon, okay? That just reminds me, I need to do that someday. Main characters are both hot somehow. That is interesting. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's because I think about this too much, but like, it's like the idea of like, here's the thing. Furries, I feel like they'd be amazing to cuddle up with because of like the fur and like the fluffiness about. Oh, search up Lopunny. Lopunny. Search up Lopunny. Search that up. Okay? I mean, Lopunny is like the first answer I give to most people when they say like name a sexy or name a Pokemon who's conventionally sexy or whatever. There's like a couple of them that could be in there, cause like there's like Lopunny and Gardevoir. Who else is also absolute? Who else? There's the Tsarina as well, and some others, but. Yeah, exactly! Exactly! Oh my god! Yeah, okay. Personally, I wouldn't smash Lopunny, because, like, I think about this too often, but it's like, the fur, or like the things that, like, the fur would be really nice to cuddle up with, and, like, that's, like, really fluffy, and it's, like, yeah, that's nice. However, the mess that it will leave, the mess or like all like the stuff that will be like caked in the fur and stuff. That's what like makes me turn away from furries, I feel like. When you think about the logistics of it, cuz it's like all the stuff that gets in their fur and like that's like you got to clean that out somehow, and that's going to take a while. That's going to take some hella shampoo. Cause it's like, have any of you guys ever washed a dog? How many of you guys have washed a dog? That's what I'm thinking in my head right now. When I'm talking about this. Yeah, cause I've had to help a friend wash their dog once, and that wasn't a really fun experience, cause you have to move all that fur around and like, yeah. But like that's what goes into my mind when it's like, yeah, would you smash a furry? No, I wouldn't smash a furry, cause it's like, the fur doesn't do it for me. It doesn't. It's the fur thing that turns me away from it the most. And it's not like it's not even an attraction thing or anything. It's more of just like the logistics of it. And the practicality or like the non-practicality or impracticality of having that much fur. we gotta continue. She brags her brain for a plausible excuse.
Sorry to interrupt. But did you just say official credentials?
Oh.
Yes, you heard me right. And you are?
I'm the timekeeper of the St. Pavlov Foundation.
You gotta continue this.
My assistant and I are here to visit Kamala Prison on official orders from the Foundation. Here, this is my ID.
Oh? Uh-oh. I was gonna send you an AI-generated gif of Carlotta dancing in the swimsuit on Twitter, but it's not Chun-Li, so I'm not gonna say. Carlotta's cute. I don't mind Carlotta. Carlotta's cute, and she's pretty. Pretty, it's just that, like, Chun-Li. At the thought of lying, Suneto's lips failed to open for even a squeak. She goes flush red with embarrassment. Okay, don't lose a gallon. I'll do my best not to lose one. I'll do my best. Okay? Oh, what is this? You... It's... The fact that it's AI tells me that, no, I shouldn't be looking at this. But... Why is it so shiny? It's shiny. It is shiny. Okay. 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 Oh my god. Yeah, this is all AI. Or at least, I don't know how much of this is AI, but probably, yeah, that's AI, definitely, that's AI, Oh my god, why did... Yeah, I saw that as well, I saw that, okay? I also saw the Acheron swimsuit, which... Wow. Let me take a sip of water real fast. Let me replenish my fluids. Alright, focus, okay? It sucks that so much of this is AI. It sucks that so much of that is AI, honestly, because it's like, it's now unethical for me to look at this. I don't feel good looking at it. I don't feel good. Okay? It sucks. I hate it. This is like the worst part of like all the AI art for someone who's not an artist. For someone who's not an artist, the worst part is when like you can't stop looking at the AI art because it's like, you know it's bad to look at this and to like, I can't leave a like on that. I can't, but it's like... Alright. The thought of lying. That's the worst part of all this AI image, all these AI generated images now, and you're not an artist, when you're not an artist and there's all these AI images and it's like... Yeah, we can't look at it ethically we can't looking at it getting backshot by No. You wanna know what's crazy? You wanna know what's actually crazy? I'm pretty sure I've seen a fanfic of ChatGPT and Gemini with like another, and like I think Copilot. I think I've seen fanfiction of AI. Of like AIs or whatever. I swear to god I've seen that somewhere and it's like, it was either some crazy fever dream I've had that felt super realistic, or it was real, and I don't know what it was, but yeah, that's a thing. I think someone wrote a fanfic of ChatGPT and I think Gemini and some other AI. There was like a third one in there because it was an... It would be even crazier if it was actually written by AI as well. Because like it had like a weird like love triangle thing in it. Alright, but focus. Oh my god. Through the prison fence, the jailer examined. Wait, I'm pretty sure we do have that one. We do have a Mokoko at one. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure we do that. Or did they get rid of it? Oh, did they get rid of it? Okay. What? Yeah, I was like certain we had something like that. It was like, what? Yeah, there it is. Through the prison fence, the jailer examines the pair as she takes the ID in her sizable paws. Oh. Saint Pavlov, for passing and issuing orders only. Position, title, timekeeper, Saint Pavlov. That is an interesting... The picture on it too. And the signature must be destroyed with animus alight, with a light once lost. Was supposed to be horrifying, but so far it's been It is at least a very presentable looking card, boldly stamped with the seal of the St. Pavlov Foundation.
This is indeed legitimate.
She murmurs.
Welcome to Comala Prison. Apologies for my earlier behavior. It's been a while since we've had any official visitors.
Oh. I mean, that was also Recoleta climbing a fucking wall. We're in, boys. We're in. Alright. What did this call? What did this... Excellent plan... Excellent. Everything's going according to plan. Fate will not reveal its hand. At least for now. Hasn't been 2 hours yet. Nope. They brandish philosophy to persecute all heretics equally. The Foundation for Cult Studies Association was founded by scholars alongside the junta to support the study of Foucault's theory and further exploration of social structures. Thus, a regular column was established in this publication, where contributions from all perspectives are welcome and encouraged. This newspaper is about as old as I am, yet you somehow managed to find a copy. Yes, the Panopticon of Kamala was found by the National Foucault Studies Association as a site for experimental psychoanalysis. I've read about it. A single watcher could observe all prisoners, and since the prisoners never knew if they were being watched or not, the surveillance system infiltrated every detail of their lives. Isn't it smart? It is smart, isn't it? The actual surveillance remains unseen, yet the prisoners nonetheless end up trapped in a closed fragment structure. Oh, and those were my pen pal's words. He also said it was a significant experiment for the government at the time. But in that area, Foucault's psychoanalysis seemed more like a means to an end. Huh? Wait. So if I'd been born a few decades earlier, would I needed to try so hard to get into this prison? Wouldn't the Hermanes have locked me up just for writing or speaking out? I may not always understand you, but I sincerely hope you were joking now. Back then, people faced more than just imprisonment. There were disappearances, torture, and many deaths. Alright. I apologize. That was probably a bit inappropriate for a joke, I admit. Please relax, Sonetto. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's move all the way to here, and yeah, it's gonna be popping that. Komala's Collars. For a drifter, a stay behind an iron-barred window can feel like just another stretch of desert. Alright. Man, this is like it's been a while since I've read this much, I feel like.
Día tras día, la investigadora de paracausalidad se escondía en la naturaleza fuera del pueblo de Amalfitano, estudiando los datos que había recolectado.
Right then. Hang on. I'm not sure why I'm drinking so much water today.
Una tarde, al
One
anochecer,
evening at dusk,
una voz
a voice
llamó
called out
desde
from
fuera de
outside
su
her
cueva.
cave. She put
Ella
down the
dejó el
equipment
equipo
and
y
her
las
tapes
cintas
and stepped
y
outside.
salió afuera.
A man stood
Un hombre estaba
curiously
de
at
pie,
her door.
curioso.
Stellar
frente a su
Blade
puerta.
debuff? No.
¿Qué haces
No.
aquí?
What are you doing
Preguntó,
here? He asked,
levantando ambas
raising
cejas.
both
Nada
eyebrows.
sucede en Amalfitano
Nothing ever
en estos
happens
días.
these days.
El local se presentó como
The
el
local
empleado del banco.
introduced himself as the bank clerk.
Probablemente tenía
He
la
had
cara
probably
más
the
amable
most
del lugar.
amicable face around.
Ojos
Bright eyes,
brillantes,
lifted cheeks,
mejillas
soft
levantadas,
jawline.
una
It
mandíbula
was a face
suave.
beaming with hope.
Era una cara llena de esperanza. La investigadora le
The
mostró
researchers
los
showed him
espectros
the
que había estado
spectrums she's been
recopilando.
compiling. I've been
He estado recolectando
collecting
historias
stories
sobre
about the
Dado,
die, she
explicó.
explains. Perhaps
Quizás ellos
they hold the
contienen la
key
clave
to
para
explaining
explicar
the
la
randomness
aleatoriedad
that
que
fate
muestra el
displays.
destino. Eso realmente me
That does
intriga,
intrigue me so,
respondió
the
rápidamente el empleado del
clerk
banco.
replied briskly.
Me
I love to
encantaría
hear all
escuchar
about it,
todo sobre
but I
eso.
have to go.
Pero debo
I mustn't
irme.
be late for the
No
Dune
debo llegar
Piscicore's
tarde al funeral
funeral.
del pescador de dunas.
Funeral.
Y con eso
And with that,
se fue.
he left.
3 días
3
después,
days later,
los
the
mismos
same
pasos
footsteps
regresaron a
returned
su
to her
cueva.
cave.
Volviste.
You're
¿Cómo
back.
has estado?
How have you been?
¿Lograste llegar al
Did you
funeral?
make it to the funeral?
Preguntó.
She said.
No tengo idea de
I
lo
have
que
no
estás
idea what you're
hablando,
talking about, he
respondió de
replied
manera
tersely.
cortante.
I'm not the man
No
you
soy
think
el
I
hombre
am.
que crees que soy.
His
Su
face
rostro
was
estaba
drained and
agotado
gaunt.
y
His
demacrado.
eyes sunk deep
Sus ojos
into his
hundidos
hollow
profundamente
sockets.
en huecos
It was
vacíos.
every spark of
Era
life.
como si toda
Life
chispa
had
de
been drawn
vida
out of him,
le hubiera sido
leaving
arrancada,
him only an empty
dejándolo
house.
solo con una cáscara vacía. La investigadora
The
insistió
researcher
que no se había
insisted
equivocado.
she wasn't mistaken.
Conozco a las
I know
personas
people
por
by
su
their deeper
naturaleza más
nature,
profunda,
down to the
hasta la sincronización de sus
synchronicity of their
espectros.
spectrums.
Nunca
I've
me he
never been wrong
equivocado
before.
antes. Lo que tú digas,
Whatever you say,
el hombre
the man
murmuró de
muttered
manera
roughly.
áspera.
I don't understand
No entiendo
anything of
nada
your
de tus
high-minded
ideas tan
ideas.
elevadas. Solo
Just let me
déjame
go.
ir. Ha sido
It's
un
been a
largo
long
día de
day
pesca,
out here
y
fishing.
lo único que quiero
All
ahora
I
es
want now is to
desplomarme en mi
collapse in my
cama
rickety
tambaleante.
bed. He trudged off
Se alejó
with
con pasos que
footsteps that
sonaban
sounded exactly
exactamente como
like
los del
those of the
empleado del
bank
banco.
clerks. All right.
As you might have noticed, Miss Burton, this facility isn't just a prison. It's also a research center.
Ugh. Oh my god. Where is... Alright, we're good.
Its full name is the Panopticon of Comala. It was established by the Foucault Association in 1975.
Panopticon. The way it's all structured is terrifying.
We've hosted workshops, academic sessions, and even lectures about the Panopticon. You may even have seen some reports about it.
Yeah, I have, at least.
Experts of psychoanalysis and scholars from various fields have come here to exchange ideas and seek collaboration in their studies. In many ways, the Panopticon is unlike any other prison you've seen before.
True.
I see. No wonder Miss Recoleta has gone to such lengths to become a part of it. Actually, my assistant and I are here to inquire about a prisoner named Dores. Does that name sound familiar?
Oh.
Not that I recall. Could she have used a different name? What does she look like?
Oh.
She'd have arrived here about 3 days ago. It's also possible that she came as a visitor, not a prisoner.
Yeah.
She's a blind woman who always carries an old typewriter. She used to be a doctor at the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence in Brazil. And on the subject of different names, she once wrote for Atu, under the name Erd.
I don't think I've seen anyone fit in that description. And as I said, we haven't had any visitors in some time. Certainly not in the last 3 days.
I've never seen them explain the reason. Until reversed. Can't believe Gacha Game does it first. Yeah, they've mentioned the Panopticon, but the idea and like how it's structured and everything about it, like its functionality, is the thing that is that should be the main focus of the Panopticon, not just the fact that it's a circular prison. And I'm actually really happy that Reverse actually pointed out the purpose of the Panopticon and what makes it so unique, other than the fact that it's in the shape of, it's gonna be in the shape of like a cylinder or a circle. And I think a couple Panopticons have been built, but I don't think any are in operation. I don't think any of them are. Although I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong, but I don't think any of them are in operation. I don't think so.
But I did see her. I saw her walking towards Comala prison.
Yeah, and it's, in all honesty, I feel like I'm happy that they did mention the reasoning behind the type of architecture behind this prison. I'm actually really happy about it.
Someone must have mixed up their memories. Simply put, I don't recall seeing anyone by that name or with that description here.
Yeah. Sometimes I do wish in certain games, especially a lot of exploration games, there is more storytelling through the environment and through the architecture and the rubble, everything. There is more storytelling through there than just within the architecture. I feel like sometimes that's something that gets missed out a lot in certain games. It's just the storytelling through the world around yourself.
I see. Thank you, miss. Perhaps we made a mistake.
Sensing that her current line of questioning is going nowhere, she shifts toward a different topic.
Miss Recoleta, you've gone to great lengths to get into the Panopticon. Would you mind telling us why?
Also, why is the room they're in right now backroom coded? It is. It is very much backrooms coded right now, and it's honestly like the shimmer of the water here is really interesting to me, because it's like where does the tile start and the water end? And that's in all honesty the sort of detailing and an interior design of where we are is the reason why I said no clipping into depression. And it's why I have like so many all the titles I have planned for when I go through chapter 9 is gonna be Backrooms inspired, most likely.
Finally! I've been waiting for you to ask.
Oh.
I'm here to find my pen pal in Komala.
Pen pal in Komala. Oh. I don't like the ominous tone of it either. Gives me the same shivers when I play Spirit and Also the music right now.
You have a pen pal? In here?
Believe it or not, a lot of pen pals actually do come from prisons. A lot of them do, actually, because some of them, they don't have access to the internet, so as a result, the only way of communication is through letters. But the really sad thing about a lot of these prisoners, though, is that they actually don't get that many visitors or letters from their own relatives. They don't get them often. Maybe once or twice a year. So as a result, oftentimes, some prisoners would actually receive letters from strangers more often than their own relatives. And that's really interesting.
Yes. 6 months ago, I went to a book exhibition in Guadalajara and came across the contact details of a few writers. I sent them my novel and asked for feedback.
Oh.
Looking back, it was a bit forward, but nothing unheard of between writers. A lot of friendships start through letters, you see. And Aleph wrote back.
Aleph? Recoleta produces a thick stack of letters from her coat. The recipient's address changes with each letter, reflecting the turbulent lifestyle of the wandering writer. Yet the sender's address is eternally constant. Komala.
And how much do you know about this pen pal of yours? Oh, well, he calls himself Aleph, which is a grammatically masculine word, so... So you assume Aleph is a man?
A reasonable suspicion, but in her experience, never a certainty.
Yes, he's probably a poet, a writer, perhaps even an alchemist. He's one of the brightest people I know. There's never been a question that he couldn't answer.
Oh, that's interesting.
I've asked him about religion, politics, history, potions, even critters in length and breadth. Can you imagine someone who knows all those things and so extensively too? And he helped me with my novel. He always seems to know the best ways to bring my characters to life. Honestly, he's so insightful. I've begun wondering if he's omniscient.
Interesting.
With his help, my story grew richer and fuller, like a well-tended plant. Strangely, can't seem to take it any further now. It's as if the roots have been sapped of their strength.
Oh.
I couldn't understand why. So, I resolved that I would see him in person to find out.
Again with this story about your uncanny pen paw? I've already told you 1,000 times. It's all very moving, but it still doesn't justify your actions.
I am really curious to what's the reasoning behind this pool. Actually. I am so curious about it.
Writers experience mental blocks all the time, yet you don't see them trying to break into a prison over it.
New inspiration. Hey, a writer needs some inspo sometimes.
She does have a point. Please, Burden, jailer, have a little mercy, will you?
It feels not real. Like, why is it even there? True. Yeah, cause it's like, why is it there actually? Cause thinking about it, like, from an architectural standpoint and from, like, all sorts of other things, it's like, it doesn't really make sense. It really doesn't. Or at least it doesn't make sense in my mind right now. Cause it's like anyone can swim across this. A lot of people can swim across this. A lot of people. I can swim across this, and I'm not a very good swimmer. But it's like, and also like the maintenance for keeping the water clean and have mind the curtain. Just take me from one to another. Lazy river is what I. Oh yeah. Cause like, in the having to have the water open like this as well. That's not really good. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, all like the tubes, the big like floaty tubes or whatever. Yeah, and like you flow down them. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, I think their most common name is like a lazy river. I think that's the most common name for them. But it's like, having the water exposed like this and all like the plumbing that has to go through, it doesn't make sense to me.
Hold on. I've been meaning to ask. Why are you only calling her jailer? Don't you know her name?
Oh?
Or do you just prefer addressing people by their occupation?
Oh, about that.
Unexpectedly, it is the Jaguar herself that speaks up.
It's okay, Miss Verta. I don't mind being called by my job title. I take pride in what I do. I'm perfectly fine with just being the jailer.
Dude, I don't think that water is going to be hygienic. Exactly. It's not going to be hygienic. And with it being exposed, and that's the main reason why it wouldn't even be hygienic in the first place, is the fact that it's exposed.
Exactly. A researcher is a researcher, and a jailer is a jailer.
Fact that it's exposed, and I don't think they're gonna be putting chlorine in that.
Titles and code names often tell us more about people than their ordinary given names, don't you think? Take Sonetto, for example. Your name comes from sonnets, doesn't it?
14.
That great poetic form from Italy.
Yep. Poetic. Yeah, a poem that has 14 lines.
Some people mistakenly think Shakespeare invented it.
No.
Some say it was Petrarca, though no one really knows when the first sonnet was written.
I mean, in theory, the first ever poem could have been a sonnet with 14 lines.
Sorry, I'm straying from my point. You're Italian, aren't you, Sonetto? Is that your real name, or just a code name? Were your parents poets?
As much as I'd like to be able to answer your question, I never knew my parents.
Oh.
My earliest memories were of the School of Primary Defense of Mankind. I've lived there since I was a small child.
My apologies. That was thoughtless of me.
No, she was curious.
It's fine. You meant no ill intent, I'm sure. Timekeeper, if Miss Recoleta was right about Dr. Doris's whereabouts, perhaps the jailer is keeping things from us. Or perhaps Dr. Doris visited the Panopticon without her knowledge. Either way, we need to do some digging here.
I agree. Let's see if we can talk to some of the inmates and find out what they know.
Maybe we'll even find Aleph. As they chat the corridors until now. Till now endless.
Ladies,
Oh.
we're about to enter the main hall of the Panopticon.
As they chat, the corridors, until now endless, reach the terminal point, with voices echoing ahead.
This is one of the places where the inmates spend their recreation time. At this hour, they are supposed to be in their cells. But what's all that noise?
Oh. The jailer seems to be tense with the apparent unusual amount of noise.
Miss Burton, could you keep an eye on Recoleta if anything happens?
Yeah. Recoleta tries her best to avoid the hard stare of the feline jailer by blending into the Foundation team.
Certainly. What do you take me for? I'm not going to run away. That'd be a pretty cheesy way to start a story.
Please, just stay close to me.
Alright. Oh, the end of the... So that is just a pool. Huh. Oh, I just noticed the jailer is like on peace. I just noticed that. That's really cute. What the fuck is that? To the pen pal I never meet. Perhaps the pen pal you never see is the one you truly need. Oh. And what is this? A Weaving of Shadows, Volume 1. Darkness has no form. The ever-shifting gaze seeps into every crevice. Enter the darkness. Oh. Oh, it looks like we got a new arrival. It's pitch black in here. I can't be sure she's new just yet. Hey there. Welcome to La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Or maybe she's one of those who broke out and came back on her own accord. Keeping quiet, huh? I get it. This must be a scared moment for you. A return to the darkness. What the fuck is this?
La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas?
Oh. The textures she felt on her way here did not match the words she just heard. Guided by her keen hearing, she pauses mid-step in what seems to be a reasonably open space. Oh. Are we seeing this through Doris' perspective now? The room falls into silence, like the longest minute in human history. Are you still there? A faint cough, a heave of a sigh in the darkness. Pardon me, but have we met before? This is my first time in this prison, as far as I can recall. What a strange thing to say. Prison. When was the last time we heard someone say that? Back when the narrator was published? Wait, aren't you some ancient ghost here in pursuit of realism? Are you? You aren't some ancient ghost here, okay. There is a theatrical flair in her voice. Rusty gates, pitch black cells, prison. Bars for exchanging letters, a peaceful and secluded place. Sociedad de Poetas. And no, we don't know you. The three of them are spaced just far enough, apparently, to barely make out each other's faces in the dark. What a wonderful example, Garcia. Exactly. It all depends on how you choose to see the world, my new friend. Roberta, we don't have much time. This might be the most important gathering of the month. No, maybe even of the year. You're right, Garcia. At this moment, nothing is more important than the salon the idealist has has so carefully prepared. You should focus on sorting out those manuscripts first. Thank God. I'm so curious. Like, the art for this, that is...
Pardon the interruption, but might I ask?
Ask why your organization is called La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. I assume it isn't simply due to geography. Don't worry, Senora. We make it a point to introduce our sociedad to every new friend. But now isn't quite the time. After the salon ends, we'll ask the jailer about your accommodations. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because it seems like we're seeing the story through Dorres' perspective. Which... And like the way this is all drawn too. That is... Wait a minute, Roberta. Your eyes are well adjusted to the dark. Use them. She's neither a newcomer nor a returnee. She's a blind woman. Ah, please forgive Garcia's rudeness, Senora. The sensory limitations can sometimes bring sharper intuition. In that colorful world of the mind, I'm sure what you see is even more beautiful than reality. See, this one media portrays echo sight. Oh yeah, being able to like... Yeah, because the things that if you use... The idea of being able to map your surroundings using sound means you have... The way you would see the world is that you would see them through like a... I mean, this is the way I would imagine it just because of the way sound travels, but you would hear the reflection from different lengths away from you. So yeah, you wouldn't be able to distinguish colors at all. You would only be able to distinguish how far it is away from your voice or from your ears. But if you weren't brought in by the physician, then why are you here? She tries to construct a fiction in her mind, something that could justify the surreal nature of her arrival. From the humid trade winds of Sao Paulo to the crashing surf on the cliffs, now, the strange land greets me for the first time with nothing but cold silence. Oh. Miss Grace. Visual is always one hell of a treat. It is. Being able to, like, tell a story in such a way with just, like, your standard visual novel style. Just like, this is a standard visual novel style. It's not, at its base form, this is a visual novel. But the storytelling and everything all the effects they use just make it seem so much more than just a visual novel. Miss Erd. Miss Erd is to be placed in Ushuaia's Kamala prison. She is not to be treated as an ordinary inmate. In the words of the preacher, you are our honored guest, Miss Erd.
I've come to learn the name of this land. Ushuaia.
From the young lady's retelling, it lies in the southernmost tip of the vast continent of South America.
As we walked, I could feel her gaze upon me. Steady, yet never intrusive.
I could tell she meant me no harm. I've informed the administrator of Kamala Prison of your identity and special circumstances. He will ensure your safety. Good luck, and farewell.
I sensed I had been brought to a place most unusual. A building with a quiet peculiarity in the air.
2 attendants followed close behind me. some form of liquid dripping from their faces. Also, I just wanted to say, Miss Grace over there was wearing black and blue. She was wearing black and blue, which makes me worry that she's part of Manus.
I suppose I must claim a little freedom for myself in this place.
I thought the darkness was a blessing. It wasn't too difficult to shake them off.
I'm sorry for your undue trouble, my diligent friends.
No? I'm a writer, and I mostly write under the name
I'm
Erd.
here for a short visit, hoping to find some inspiration for my next story.
I'm afraid I don't know of this physician you mentioned. See, Garcia, this lady is a writer, a good soul. You almost made us miss out on meeting a kindred spirit. Come, I'm sure you'll fall in love with our salon. This has nothing to do with me. It's dark in here, but I suppose you've already grown used to walking in the dark. Sorry, I mean no offense. Oh. That was interesting. Where is the other star? Where is it? Oh, and there's here too. Where is this place, the furthest edge of civilization? Oh my god, I've missed out a couple of these. Historically, the town of Ushuaia originally was home to just 400 people, until 1,100 convicts were exiled here. It's not hard to see why. After all, this little town has a chill to it that pierces the bone. Even the rain feels unapologetic and bleak. These exiles soon became essential for the town. They cut the lumber, built the generators, and survived the harsh winters alongside the townspeople. Some stayed after their release, and with time, the town prospered. A town so deeply intertwined with stories of exile and imprisonment. Don't you think that gives it a certain mysterious, intricate, unspoken charm? In the cold and silence of the polar night, a pair of warm hands can warm not just your body, but also your heart. Even if those hands belong to a death row convict exiled here? Of course. Even if they belong to a waddling penguin, they would still be hands of a friend. Over the years, we could even end up like family. Indeed, I think I understand now the residents and prisoners integrated. Surviving the harsh climate of polar regions like this isn't easy. Prisoners couldn't make it alone. The harsh nature of their surroundings taught them a simple truth. No person survives on their own. Such poetic wording, Sonetto. You really ought to try your hand at poetry. It is an act of outpouring one's feelings and taking a journey through one's own mind. A journey through one's own mind? Thanks for the suggestion. Perhaps I'll consider giving it a try in the future. Alright. Is that? Alright, we got this one now, and here we are. Alright. We have here a couple more things in there. Alright. A Latin American fable. A salute to a literary society born within a prison. No, a tribute to an impossible miracle. There's...
I didn't expect any of this from what we saw outside.
Alright. The mottled yet pristine walls, the still waters, the silent white towers standing within the labyrinth. Nearby, several prisoners form a circle, some standing, some sitting, engaged in their conversation.
Oh, excuse me for a moment. I have duties that I must attend to.
Alright. With a sigh, the jailer steps into the gathering, causing a strangely subdued reaction from the prisoners.
They don't seem intimidated by her at all.
Yeah. They just look like a bunch of artists having a chat in the garden. And the jailer seems to be like a grumpy neighbor coming over to ask them to keep it down.
The grumpy neighbor continues her chastising.
Everyone, you know the rules. There are to be no after-hours gatherings here without the physician's approval.
You sound softer and softer each time you come to warn us. Why not just join us? Isn't it better than circling around the Panopticon all day? And look around you. We're in the Hall of New Encounters. What better place to host a salon?
You're missing out in Comala if you don't even get a taste of our literature.
Exactly. Even those oil-dripping musicians drop by from time to time. Not that they're the kind to care about the beauty of words.
Oil-dripping musicians? Timekeeper, could they mean...
Oh, the madness. Before the jailer can say anything else, two of the prisoners simultaneously gesture for her to stay silent, pointing to the center of their gathering.
Quiet now, please. The Ediles Salon is about to start.
Oh. The glitching, the slight glitching in the words, that is.
These people seem friendly enough. Why don't we see what this is about?
Oh?
En desiertos, en estrellas, dentro de laberintos.
En aguas,
In
en
waters,
espejos,
in mirrors,
dentro de
within
reflejos.
reflections.
Soñamos sobre
We
la
dream on
almohada de
death's
paja de la
straw
muerte.
pillow.
Aquí estamos,
Here we
rendiendo
are,
homenaje a
paying
los
tribute to
fantasmas.
to the ghosts.
Para rendirlo
To
todo
give it
otra
all
vez.
up again.
Para rendirlo todo otra vez.
All again. Oh.
My dear friends, we face a difficult truth. The movement of visceral realism still stumbles in the dark.
The idealist.
Our poems, our language, our minds are tangled by a stifling vine. A mundane, stale vision shared among all bourgeoisie. We follow this vision blindly, clinging to the comfort brought by logic and conventional wisdom. And by it, we nip every branch of new art in the bud. Poems are perhaps too fragile an outgrowth to develop one's life upon. But here, we may light them like candles at our funerals. Let poetry become the bridge between us and the world.
A lone clap breaks the silence. It comes earlier than all the other cheers from the audience.
As we come back and forth over the boundaries of life and death, the old obstacles begin to take on a new look. With the eyes of poets, we may see behind them.
Back further the All right. What has been redeemed? What has been redeemed? All right. Gotta stretch. All right. All right. Gotta stretch. Also those right there. Big stretch. Big stretch. Alright. Big long stretch. Alright. Keep. Alright. God, the silence here. God, the sound design that actually plays in this. The sound design and the occasional dripping.
You're a visceral realist. I can't be mistaken. You must be.
The idealist's eyes pierce through the grove of literature enthusiasts, reaching a distant, drifting new world.
A lonely cowboy, finally home.
Oh. What's written on his...
What a wonder. You're in time. The salon has just begun. And La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas isn't like those salons that care more about who's invited than the art. All are welcome here.
Yeah, who's invited are prisoners. So yeah.
A literary salon in a prison? Though, so far it seems to have more dancing than poems.
And they're probably just warming up. They're getting ready, okay?
Did you understand what that man just said?
I'm trying
No,
to.
sorry, Timekeeper. I need a moment to think it through.
Don't worry, Sonato. I would guess we're not the only ones who are confused here. Miss Jailer, is this that peculiarity about Kamala you mentioned earlier?
Enough, idealist. You're still an inmate here, and you are walking a very fine line right now.
Oh.
Oh, I'm quite aware of where I am and what lines I tread.
Yeah, the way that, like, this is tied around him to where it looks like a necktie. And then it could have looked like a necktie until you saw the buckle right here.
This is a prison. The safest place for poets in this part of the continent. One cannot be arrested twice, after all.
I guess. The man's words draw laughter from the other prisoners as they turn to discuss the speech with excitement.
But please, don't trouble yourself with our little farce. What harm could a few poets possibly do?
The irregular rhythms and wild contradictions of aesthetics converge into a chaotic countercurrent, crashing against the newcomers. Recoleta clenches her fist in shock, certain that the man before her is her mysterious pen pal.
Senor Idealist, might I ask you something?
Hold on, Recoleta. All forms of communication with the inmates must conform to our regulations. We will need to record the conversation and submit it to higher authorities for review.
A what?
I have some questions for the gentleman as well. But we're more than willing to follow the rules. I think the person I'm looking for might have attended this literary salon, or at least talked to some of its members. I'd wager she's spoken to that gentleman. That is, if she has been here at all.
I see. Go ahead then. Just watch the time.
As the visitors petition the jailer, Recoleta pushes past the bustling crowd and...
Are you Aleph?
Crowd and takes a deep breath. Oh! The noisy atmosphere plunges into silence, just like the still waters nearby. The idealist is evidently taken back by the name.
Oh, another visitor looking for Olive.
So you know him?
Naturally, but I'm not obliged to speak of him to one who does not, stranger.
The salon host is non-committal. It's non-committal. Turning toward Recoleta's companions.
And you, young lady in the hat, are you here for Olive as well? What a lively day this is.
Oh my god, the Aperon theme that's playing right now.
No, I'm looking for a blind woman. Her name is Doris.
Ah, yes. I remember. Her writing was impeccable. Like an exquisite crocodile skin handbag in a shop window. Elegant, yet condescending.
Do you know where she is now?
I'm not able to keep track of every inmate here, miss. Perhaps you should ask those who have seen everything from above.
Oh.
Through the glass, where the scrutinizing eyes of power look down on us.
Eyes?
The watchtower. She scans the prison hall. The walls, the great tower, and the pool remain unchanged. Nothing appears amiss. Oh, that is cool that they made the watchtower like here look like an eye though. That is cool. All the prisoners present nod in agreement, prompting a weary sigh from the jailer.
Have you taken your medicine today, idealist?
Oh.
I'm feeling marvelous. Today I require no help from them.
I've warned you. It's unwise to act against the physician's orders.
Act against him? No one may act against him here. The physician must have misunderstood us. I suspect he doesn't understand half of what we say. I'd like to know how he got his medical degree. Not by cracking open skulls, I should hope.
The prisoners exchange knowing smiles.
What a pity, jailer. You know, I've always believed you had the soul of a poet, just like us. We've already spoken enough rebellious thoughts outside of Komala. How else do you think we ended up in your nut house? We've been here far too long. Long after the junta was removed from office. After our home became a deserted wasteland in the aftermath of the Latin American boom.
What are you getting at?
That power is boring, meaningless. Nothing holds on to power forever. And the one true connection we have to life is poetry.
See, jailer? Even an outsider understands our ideas better than you. It's time to open your eyes to reality.
Trying to understand it here. Boring and nothing holds onto power forever. I see now. I see. Okay.
La Sociedad is the only way for us to feel truly alive in here.
I'm trying to
Beneath the
understand
gaze
everything
of
they're
those
saying
prying,
here.
ever-vigilant eyes.
Idealist, last warning. Stop this now.
Oh.
Fine.
Okay.
All right, compañeros. Sadly, the salon must come to an end, as our jailer insists.
The crowd murmurs and grumbles as they begin to disperse.
Dear friends, I do not mean to abuse the power of suspense. I sincerely invite you to come with me to the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas.
That is...
Perhaps you'll
such a
find
mouthful.
the person you look for there.
Oh. The man strikes a gesture, somehow equally comedic and solemn.
We'd love to. Only if that's okay with you, Miss Jailer.
I suppose that's all right. You're already here. We can call it part of your tour, but please, ladies, take none of their ramblings seriously.
No,
Thank
I'll
you,
definitely think
jailer.
about it.
Please, follow me.
It is something interesting to think about. All of new encounters.
Join with us, comrades.
Ugh. The fuck? Choose the right direction. choose the right direction and the path will reveal itself.
Wait, this isn't the way to the gallery.
The fuck?
It isn't the usual way. It's a shortcut. We call it the Reptilian Complex and Primal Hunger route. Much faster than the limbic system and postmodern anxiety route, let me tell you.
Postmodern anxiety. Primal.
But this passageway has long been abandoned, and entry is prohibited. It's extremely dangerous to...
Relax, Jailer. No one, not even you, knows this prison better than I.
Oh.
But, Timekeeper, I think we've just gone in a circle.
Oh my god, this entire arena area too, the background. Alright. When in doubt, attack them all.
Charging. Loading.
Do you have a little faith in me, Master?
Barrage.
Stay back, I say!
Eliminate target.
Yeah.
My dark embrace!
Definitely interesting.
I admire your courage.
Perfectly understood.
Alright.
Heart scale. Flee, mortals!
Alright. Thank you, Anjo. Thank you for that. Alright, gonna get this started again.
We share the same dream.
Perfectly understood. Please, allow
Alright.
me.
Is that signpost or stick?
for
Or
everyone.
use for gravesite? It looks just like a sign. Oh my god, also like...
Stay back, I say!
This is so interesting, the area we're in right now. I feel like I can get better incantations. I feel like I can get better ones. Yeah, there we go. And then... Here.
Charging.
Here.
Loading.
And one more. That should finish this round. How many rounds do we have? 12. We
Faraday's
got
miracle.
plenty. Alright. Alright. And here.
Charging.
1, 2,
Loading.
3.
Try, Master.
Hopefully that finishes.
Eliminate target.
Feel my dark embrace!
Hopefully this
Target
finishes
confirmed.
it. Alright, there it is. Nice.
And now to return to my long-term mission. Rest.
Alright. That was interesting. Oh? Oh. I'm trying to figure out what is this that is. I'm trying to figure out what this is, actually.
Let's take a step back.
Alright.
Pull you out of that whirlwind of passion and dreams.
Okay.
If you want to make the best call, you need to zero in on what really matters. So what's your take on that big speech?
The Latin American boom.
A sudden explosion that shook Latin American literary circles about 30 years ago. It was destructive, but also gave rise to new life. Lucky for us, we don't have to worry about shell shock in the literary world.
You don't strike me as someone who knows about literature.
It's not about knowing literature. Any soldier with little experience can deliver a status report. All right, eyes on the map. As we speak, ships are lined up on the Spanish coast. But this time, they're poised to make a new kind of discovery. If you can call it that. And here are our new Columbuses, heading to the docks to embark on their journey.
Who are these new Columbuses?
Carmen and Carlos, the driving force behind this literary feast between Spain and Latin America. Carmen, with an eye for opportunity and a mind for business, sought out the continent's literary gems and secured generous publishing deals for them. Carlos, with his deep understanding of market dynamics, brought these works to the eyes of the European public.
What happened then?
Then, a golden era began. It all kicked off with a scandal at a military academy. And soon, the entire world was captivated by the story of a baby with a pig's tail from a faraway land. But we mustn't forget the writers themselves. Fuentes, a towering figure of the Spanish-speaking world, and Cortázar, the writer ever seeing through the eyes of a child. And of course, Mario and Gabo, key players in this literary revolution, will forever be etched in the annals of history. They corresponded regularly, always expressing deep admiration for each other's work. In fact, one even wrote a doctoral thesis on the other. Ah, friendship.
Must have been a proud time for them.
It was, but no matter how explosive the boom was, it couldn't escape its fleeting nature. With the second imprisonment and self-criticism of a Cuban poet, in came an inexplicable right hook, and bang, silence. The military junta had gripped the poets' throats.
Oh.
The verse of the pioneers was cut off, their voices no longer heard. The bond between two generations was broken, and for the younger of the two, the silence was intolerable. They looked for a new theme, a new idea, a new voice, a new method to speak on their disappointment, their horror, and their anger. And they became the new guerrillas.
Trying to... This is... I'm like trying to wrap my brain around this, and it's like... I think this is like the first time my brain has ever been in this shape. It feels like my brain is in a different shape right now. Towering walls, prisoners deep in the abyss paint pictures of the sky. Math Island ruined me. Math Island ruined me. A Peyron. Oh my god. Enter the darkness. All of new encounters. I can feel my brain being like contorted into a new shape. I feel it. I'm just like trying to wrap my brain and understand everything that's being said here, or at least most of it. I read an article once that you Chileans don't like Baroque literature. Something about it being too nosy. You sure are a quiet bunch. Is that so? And you Argentinians just love it, right? If you're any metric to go by, I'd say you're all loud and obnoxious. Just because the idealist isn't here, you think you can turn this salon into a debate hall. You started it. Enough squabbling. And post your work so we can read it. If you ask me, you're simply more interested in rhythm than form. Spanish is a rich language, one that is inherently expressive, ever-changing, and artistic, much like Baroque literature. The typically quiet man's words doused the argument like a cold splash of water, sending the group into a rare moment of calm. All jokes aside, I do miss them. Ever since those mad members left La Sociedad, we've had fewer breakthroughs in stream of consciousness writing. Stream of consciousness writing. I, for one, would gladly discuss the aesthetic value of stream of consciousness composition. As the new topic surfaces, the inmate's voice began to rise once again. It was a most unusual literary salon, full of emotionally charged statements and biased opinions. But I didn't mind it. In fact, my feelings was quite opposite. The inmates gave me an incredible feeling. Not one of them saw themselves as a prisoner stripped of their freedom. A group of literature enthusiasts coming together in an abandoned prison and collaborating to build an ideal nation. It felt as though it were the result of some kind of pact, but in reality, it was clearly a government-run prison. Everyone quiet down. I have something to announce. An unfamiliar voice cuts off the clacking typewriter in Doris's mind. The woman walks out from the far end of the darkness and steps into the center of the salon, stopping before the whiteboard and podium.
Mr. Idealist entrusted me with hosting the literature salon.
Oh. He left a letter under the stone in the corner stating that he had personal matters to attend to. For this reason, I will now announce our next research topic. Why resign has in chain? I mean, given her... I'm trying to, like... Yeah, because the things that a lot of them have been seen to be wearing this sort of almost, like, straitjacket kind of clothing. The one that resembles a straitjacket. But the fact that they're still able to, like, move so freely in it as well. Because the things that a straitjacket... The main purpose of a straitjacket is to keep the person, like, contained, okay? It's not supposed to be something to trap you. It's just supposed to be there to prevent you from doing things, which is why your arms are, like, layered the way they are. You can't really do anything with your arms that way. That being said, it is not hard to get out of a straitjacket. It is not. It is not. It is just there to inconvenience you from doing anything that could potentially harm you or others. So as a result, the fact that they're in this sort of straitjacket type clothing, but they're free from it, I feel like it's like they look like they're trapped, but they're really not. They're really not trapped at all, and they're not restrained of what they really want to do. They just look like it.
Fiction's duality in reflecting reality and the self.
Fiction's duality in reflecting reality and the self. Heavy gasps turned heads. An uproar spreads through the audience. Clearly, this wasn't the topic they were expecting. She raises the letter in her hand and gesture for silence.
Like-minded fellows, aspiring writers.
Since the turn of the century, the names that once shook the literary world have gradually faded into obscurity.
Literature's been shoved aside in the world of art.
People attend theaters, cinemas, and even art galleries to enjoy paintings and sculptures, but few can finish a book.
What is left for us to do?
When families are torn apart and our nations are ravaged by tyranny,
let stories be our weapon. They should be the sword that cuts through the bloody truth, the beacon that lights our way forward.
The audience falls into silence. You could try writing a Latin American War and Peace. War and Peace, and we could continue with our original salon topic. Those two aren't mutually exclusive. I've spent the whole month preparing for the topic of the idealist previously proposed. If you insist on changing the subject, then I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Miss Octavia, forgive me for interrupting, but this isn't the topic we agreed on. Everything you said, we just can't do that. We haven't even figured out things for ourselves yet. Octavia, it's an interesting topic, it is, but perhaps we can talk about it another time. Besides, don't forget the reason you're in here in the first place, for preaching that the novel is a weapon. Yeah, if it weren't for your rich daddy, you'd be on the gallows, not standing here preaching for us.
Hey!
Another prisoner stands, his voice clear. You've completely missed Miss Octavia's point. A great writer should be like an obsessive gravedigger, digging up the rotten flesh of societal realism from the grave of our times. Only this vast crucible is worthy to be the host of our literature. At the time, Mr. Garcia looked visibly resistant, as Mr. Julio ensued stern reminders, and Mr. Roberto attempted to mediate. More and more members joined the debate, and voices, both for and against Miss Octavia's proposal, emerged. It didn't take long for La Sociedad to split into two camps. That was when I realized I need to do something to get this derailed literary salon back on the tracks.
I'm a writer, and I mostly write under the name Erd.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Dorez from Sao Paulo.
Erd?
That name sounds familiar.
Have you written for Atu? Are you the Erd in Atu?
Wow, I never imagined we'd be welcoming such an honored guest today. I thoroughly enjoyed your piece titled The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo.
It's an important part of my visit to hear all the ideas and opinions, if you'll pardon my intrusion.
Then tell me, Miss Erd, what are your thoughts on today's salon topic? A difficult question. One involving preference, a creative stance, and a political alignment. A scale that is never easily balanced. However, the answer has never been the most important part of such questions.
In these restless times, literature has been overlooked, forgotten, pushed to the edges of the world, much like Ushuaia.
Some fall into deep thought, others not in agreement, and a few look puzzled. The audience is largely unaware that the topic has already shifted. To most, this prison at the end of the world is a distant, cold place, perhaps even a place of hopelessness. When a prisoner is first sent here, I cannot help but imagine that the first thing they feel is a stagnant pool of water and a calm, quiet despair. She seizes the chance to guide the literary salon back to the muddy trenches of ideology. She recalls the days of typing while looking out over the river, boats, and palm trees. Words are honest. They have no capacity to lie. I came here to gather material for my next book. I plan to record everything I experience in this place, faithfully. And what kind of work are you planning to write? A non-fiction piece, I presume, about Comala Prison? We can look at some of them. Its theme is fate. Oh. That is certainly something. Alright. And let me see if... Okay. Alright. So it's just a visual thing that it's not exactly... Okay. Where are we now? Shadows of the living. Metallic sheen, rippling water, and shadows that peer back from within the dim reflection.
La investigadora se despierta en su
Researcher
cueva en la
awakens
duna,
in her dune cave,
que le parecía
which
tan
felt
vacía
to
como una tumba.
her
Era
hollow as a
poco
tomb.
antes del amanecer.
It was a little before dawn.
Montones de cintas habían
Stacks of
ocupado su
tapes had
espacio
eaten out her
vital,
living space,
apilándose
climbing
una y
up
otra
and up
vez.
again.
Cada
Each of
uno
these
de
spinning
estos
reels
carretes
speak of
giratorios
stories
hablaba de
about the
historias sobre esa
cottage with a
cabaña
blue
con
roof.
techo azul.
Oh.
Oyó la voz del
She heard the
asesinado
voice
conductor
of the
de
murdered
burros detrás de ella.
donkey driver behind her.
Oigo a todos ellos.
I hear them all.
Las risas
The
y las
laughter
voces
and
de
voices
generaciones
of
pasadas,
generations past,
como hojas
like dry
secas,
leaves cut in
atrapadas en las
cracks of
grietas
old
de viejas
walls,
paredes,
resting only
crujiendo
when the
solo
wind
cuando el
blows
viento
through.
sopla otra vez.
I
No pondría un pie en
wonder.
esa casa
I
si
wouldn't
fuera
set foot
tú.
in that house if I were you.
El mendigo al lado de la
The
puerta
door-side
también habló.
beggar spoke too.
Duermo en
I
el
sleep on the porch
porche
every
cada
night.
noche.
Each
Cada
morning,
mañana una luz tenue brilla a través de la
dim
ventana.
light goes to the
Pero
window,
nadie sale nunca
but no
por
one
esa
ever
puerta.
leaves through that door,
Y nadie ha
and
entrado
no one
nunca.
has ever entered.
Luego la voz del empleado del
Then
banco.
the
Es la
bank
historia
teller's
del alter ego.
voice. It is the
Esa
story
casa
of the
debe
alter
haber
ego.
estado llena de
The
deudas
house
que
must have
nadie
been filled with
reclamaría.
debts no one would
La anciana enferma,
return to claim.
luchando en su
The
cama.
sick old lady
susurró.
struggling in
La
her bed,
casa
whispered.
recuerda esos
The house
días
remembers those days
cuando la gente
when people vanished in the
desaparecía en la
darkness of
oscuridad
night,
de la noche
and children were
y los
stolen by
niños eran robados por las
storms.
tormentas. La investigadora de
The
paracausalidad
casualty
había oído
researcher had heard
suficiente
enough and
y
drifted
volvió a
back to sleep
dormirse.
again. There was only
Solo
rattling of
quedaba
the
el
die of
traqueteo del
Babylon
dado de
echoing
Babilonia,
in her hollow cave.
resonando en su cueva vacía.
In a deteriorating activity hall, thousands of floating slips of paper form a blurred, colossal face. It is hard to imagine how the prisoners managed to transform this place into what it is now. God. And like the shimmering of the water everywhere too. What is this?
I've always wanted to use the element of fantasy to better establish our theme. And I was right. Now the stage is captivating, the timing is perfect, and the audience is ideally placed. Only one imperfect element remains in the scene. The creator, who hasn't stepped away from his creation. No. There's another thing.
Garcia, the curator of the exhibition, stands beneath his work, deep in thought, agonizing over every minute imperfection. His fellow poets whisper to one another.
Can you even tell any difference between today's setup and yesterday's?
Seriously, Roberta? That's a rude question.
Oh. What are the blue and black hands on his face?
What's the difference then?
Well, I can't see one either, but you should never judge art by how much it changes in a day. It's a creative process. We might be standing at the edge of the world, but art has no boundaries. We have to show him our support.
Easy for you to say. He's been tinkering and tweaking for over 3 months. Even if the idealist himself entrusted him with this exhibition, he can still be wrong sometimes.
This gallery is turning into a dump.
Estoy viendo fantasmas, todos con las mismas caras, Garcia. Demasiados. Es fácil perderse en ellos.
Having navigated through the labyrinth, the idealist, the leader of La Sociedad, arrives at the exhibit's entrance, accompanied by several new faces and the jailer.
Idealist, you're back? Are these new recruits for La Sociedad? You must have had a very successful day.
It is good to see you, Garcia. How has your vision progressed today?
First a salon, and now an art gallery. Is this really a prison?
Her shock is evident on her face, but her words are ignored as Garcia begins to vent his frustrations.
As you can see, I've strived to push the element of fantasy in my work so that it might reach perfection. But why doesn't it look like what I imagine? It's like I'm trying to work on a shadow. Some shapeless thing that morphs and shifts by the hour. Idealist, am I losing it again? I took my medicine as instructed.
It was never the pills that blinded you, my dear Garcia. You mustn't let tedious routine stifle what's truly alive. Remember, like those old poems, your exhibition must have a timeless rhythm that's never lost to the changing of minds.
Garcia holds out his hand as if grasping something fleeting, but fails to hold on to it. Timeless rhythm that is never lost to the changing of minds. But the ability to do that is difficult, I feel like. Because the meaning and connotation of symbols and images, they change as society progresses. It's like the same idea as, I mean, one of my favorite examples of what I'm trying to say is think back such a long time ago. Back then, when seeing a rainbow meant a bright, happy day after some rain. After a dark, gloomy day of nothing but staying inside. The next day you see a bright rainbow because it is just finished raining and now you can go outside and play and have fun and all that stuff. But now today, when you mention a rainbow, one of the most common meanings for it now is the LGBTQ community. And it's that change in what an image means. I think is the hardest part of what the idealist is trying to say here. That's one of my favorite examples of it. Alright. I'm talking so much to where I have to drink this much water now.
Sorry, maybe I'm just not getting it.
I mean, that's difficult to capture, honestly. Only if... 'cause for art to keep its connotation is very difficult, I feel like, in certain things. But literature tends to keep its meaning.
Look out. There's your answer. Though the sun rises the same way every day, the multitudes of shadows it casts are ever changing. Isn't that the only constant in life? Change. We foolishly pursue stability and constancy, but our very world denies it. Take a step back. Take several, and see the truth for yourself, lest you too become lost among the shifting shadows.
I get it now. It's the changing light that makes the exhibit seem different from what I expected. I shouldn't waste my time on freezing things in one perfect moment. Instead, I need to embrace change as it comes. I don't know how to thank you. I won't let you down. I must complete this exhibition. Complete my alter ego.
Oh. The choice of word widens the writer's eyes.
Did you say alter ego?
Oh?
And he called you Garcia. Is that your name? Garcia, where did you learn about this alter ego? Do you happen to write under the name...
Oh? But the curator has already returned to his work, uninterested or oblivious to his visitors.
Please, Recoleta, give our artist some space. Can't you see? He's already returned to his own time and space. He can't hear a thing you say.
He's right. Garcia is deep in his own head now. He won't hear a thing until he's done with whatever he has to do. Even if the floor were to collapse out under us, I think he will be left standing in the air without even noticing.
Looney Tunes style.
Pardon me then.
Oh. She takes a step back out of respect.
All right, my dear guests. Please forgive my late introduction. Welcome to the Gallery of Bewilderment.
The fact that only Gallery of Bewilderment is glitched. It's only this text. That's...
Thank you for inviting me here, Mr. Idealist.
The Foundation's investigators have been carefully observing each prisoner's movement since they arrived, but unfortunately, there is no sign of Miss Dorez.
I imagine you're curious about what we do here, in the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. We're putting together a magazine, a collection of poems from Kamala, our very own Casa de las Americas.
Casa de las Americas?
The Idealist nods with a smile.
Exactly. Named after its great predecessor. You're a fine mind indeed. At this very moment, all our compañeros are working on it. Garcia's exhibition, Alter Ego, is centered around the birth of this magazine. And here, you can see the signatures from all the poets involved, along with a few words they've written for it. Reading it is like looking into the soul of our society.
All these signatures.
Soneto steps forward to examine the perplexing artwork. In the dim light, the enormous face appears to be looming watchfully over the entire room. A floating slip of paper catches her attention.
Timekeeper, here! It's Dr. Doris' pseudonym, Erd.
Oh.
Then she was here.
Soneto's pockets the slip of paper dutifully. Uh-oh.
Precisely. She used to be one of us, and still is, if I may correct myself. You can ask around here. Maybe some of our members know where she went. Don't we all miss the familiar faces of old friends? I'm sure they'll do everything they can to help you find yours.
As he finishes speaking, several enthusiastic prisoners come forward to greet the Idealist.
Mr. Idealist, I finished my short story. It's called Weightlessness. It drifts around the subject like a sheep floating in space. The readers can start anywhere in the story, or read it in any order they like.
Oh, that's interesting. Read in any order, that is... So how does it work? What kind of story do you tell from that? Although I guess if you do tell a story from that, every time you read it, it would be different.
And please take a look at my piece of limits! Every word that has been forbidden is either erased or replaced with symbols! It's a one-of-a-kind jarring experience!
Has been for... Every word that has been forbidden is either erased or replaced with symbols. Censoring.
And I finished a new paragraph. Just wrote it today.
A prisoner wrapped in several meters of manuscript paper, like a strange sort of mummy, squeezes into the crowd.
Oh, new faces.
Welcome.
Without any warning, he calmly tears the manuscript to shreds. The fluttering fragments fall like sparks from a fireworks show. The abrupt welcome ceremony leaves the newcomers stunned, while the natives share knowing smiles.
Idealist, did he just...
This is the writer for the prologue of our magazine.
Ooh. The leader of La Sociedad, either misunderstanding or evading the question, responds with enthusiasm.
The prologue consists of a 2,000-line poem and an introduction that is written in 86 languages to avoid misinterpretation.
Oh, wow.
It represents every second we spend here.
God, even the music that's playing right now.
Naturally, the arrival of new members disrupts its structure, and so we must begin again from scratch.
So he just tore it all up like that because he thought we were joining? With all due respect, isn't this a little excessive? Heaven knows I'm not one to judge. I've torn up plenty of writing for my novel.
Please, pay it no mind. It may not be an easy task, but he's doing his part. Destruction is hard, but more necessary than you think. Without it, we'd all be stuck in a still and stagnant pond, with all the smells that entail.
This all sounds very complicated. When will your magazine be finished then? Forgive me, but I'm not sure what a floating sheep, a jarring reading experience, and all this constant rewriting are meant to express.
The jailer, having remained silent, takes a deep breath and interrupts.
As I've said, Comala is unlike any other prison.
Yeah?
Miss Jailer, do you mean...
This place also serves as a research center. And the prisoners here, for all they claim, are not just poets. They are Arcanist criminals, and each one of them has been diagnosed as mentally ill.
The leader of La Sociedad remains composed, like an island in a rough sea, leaving the onlookers to question whether he's entirely mad or the sanest of them all.
You're quite right, jailer. But let's not forget that mental illness is merely a deviation from the norm. And who decides the norm? You, the physician, or the ones outside these walls?
Neurodivergence.
We've been exiled here by the standards of our time, deprived of our roles in the outside world. So please, as we agreed before, I ask you not to interfere with the affairs of La Sociedad.
In all honesty, I appreciate the fact that Reverse is also going through this really messy part of history, and also the study of all the neurodivergence and stuff. All of that right here. It's like, yeah, back then they threw
These
they
people
threw
are
anyone.
visitors, not your new recruits.
Yeah, back then they threw anyone who didn't fit society's norms into here, or gave them a lobotomy, or all sorts of crazy shit.
But should we not hear their thoughts first?
The idealist turns toward the visitors with an urgent plea.
My friends, no one escapes the eye of power. We must resist. Stand with us. Pick up your pen and take poetry as your shield before it is too late.
Idealist, I admire your fight, but I came here with a different goal.
The leader of La Sociedad, caught in his fervor, ignores her words and carries on.
We're the last true owners of an old legend, words now only remembered as myth. We must stay on the path of literature until I find that transcendental solution.
A transcendental solution. What kind of solution are you
To
searching
invent
for?
an idiom that is generic, all-encompassing, yet precise. My poem will be written in this language, leaving no room for doubt or misinterpretation.
That is... Invent an idiom that is... that is generic, all-encompassing, yet... leaving no room for doubt or misinterpretation. I feel like that's almost an impossible task. That is almost an impossible task.
How blessed is a man with infallible memory. He holds the finer details of each object within him, more vivid than anyone else. In the end, he'll have all the answers, if time allows him.
A dream-like expression crosses his face. It briefly seems as if he has become an entirely different person, but his vision is soon interrupted.
Sweet tongue, sister howls, hermaphrodite, tango. They put the whole city in the nut house.
Timekeeper, look over there.
Isn't that the prologue writer?
There's something off about him. Please, Timekeeper, stay away from him.
Oh, what's up?
What's happening?
Idealist, Pablo's having another episode.
Uh-oh.
Multiples of us. You make reality sick.
Oh, a flash of arcane energy flares up, and the jailer steps into the crowd reactively.
I could use your help, ladies.
Cool. Okay. Gallery of Bewilderment. Oh, okay. Give me a minute to just quickly, alright, 1, 2, 3.
Program activated.
Ooh.
En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
Okay. Thanks, Recoleta. Thank you. The fuck is this? Passion Drain. Drain on the target. Need a narrative, otherwise... It's... Target. Otherwise grants stacks of...
En todos los
Okay. Alright,
Más allá del concepto.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you have a little faith in me, Master? Cosmología, filosofía clásica, el fundamento del mundo. Flee, mortal!
Barrage.
Stay back, I say!
Hey, don't interrupt me.
Does he have anything interesting to leave here? Kingdom of Freedom. Alone and aidless. Okay. Can I get some better ones? Let's suspend this here.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo. Flee, mortal!
Nice.
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
Alright. Oh, the frenzied prisoner is subdued. He lies convulsing in the center of the exhibit hall.
Poor soul. I'll bring him to bed. Well done, ladies. Aren't you full of surprises?
What was all that?
It seems he had a mental breakdown and lost control of his arcane skill. It appears that every line he recited carried unbridled power.
Oh wow.
Usually, only specific lines can channel arcane energy. You can't just force the power into words or craft a poem to serve your purpose. Pablo must have a rare gift for identifying empowered lines. When he recited them all aloud, they overwhelmed him.
That's right. He's a genius who rides the tides of emotion, just like Arthur Rimbaud. We always keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't recite anything while reading or writing.
Roberta trades glances between the tense jailer and her visitors.
But sometimes things slip through.
You must understand how difficult it is for a poet to never taste the words on his own lips.
So then, this isn't the first time, and you're all fully aware of it. Do I understand you right? Did you just admit that you've been hiding an inmate with a dangerous condition from us? According to the safety regulations for the Panopticon of Comala, he must be sent to the physician for immediate treatment.
Thank God, this physician character is getting more and more intimidating the more they mention them. The jailer's command causes a dramatic shift in the room.
No, wait, we can explain. He's doing fine. We know how to help him. This was just an accident. We got distracted by the new members.
We won't be handing him over to the physician. No true writer would allow their mind, the most sacred palace of their thoughts, to be opened up to that cold-hearted, ignorant butcher. Even one who believes their inspiration flows from a source beyond the mere substance of a brain would refuse it.
The jailer furrows her brows and pulls out her weapon. The air tightens into an invisible thread. How's your leg? It's been good. For the most part. It's been good for the most part. Why? Do you feel like the need to stand up right now? Yeah? Alright. You guys want to take a short break? Short break? You guys want to? Because I do want to keep going. I want to keep going for a decent while, actually. I want to get to at least probably 8 or 9. Finish 8 or 9, honestly. And with these here, it might take a while. You guys down for that? Yeah. Alright. We're gonna take a short break then. Short breather. And this is a good time to also grab a snack or also stand up, stretch around, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. Refill your water bottle too. Alright? Because I might... yeah, I mean, I still have a decent amount of water in there. Alright. But yeah, I'm gonna be standing up and moving around a little bit, and now's a good time to do that too. We'll see you all in 5 minutes, about. Human, why the fuck did you mention mosquitoes in my chat? Get those blood-sucking parasites out of here. The ecosystem does not need mosquitoes. I don't think there's any ecosystem that's so reliant on mosquitoes to where if mosquitoes went extinct, it would be devastating for the entire ecosystem. I don't think there is an ecosystem that is that reliant on mosquitoes. I have personal beef with mosquitoes. Okay? Don't ever mention those in my chat. But how are you guys all doing? We are back from our short little break, and hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Enjoyed that short break. You got whatever you needed. Got whatever you need, and yeah. Let's focus back on this. Why is there... What is on my desk? What is that on my desk? Add this in the stream rule. Don't you dare mention mosquitoes. I will. Just like, no mosquitoes in here. Get out, mosquitoes. Yeah. Absolutely no mentioning of mosquitoes. It's an illegitimate rule now. Illegitimate rule. Alright, but let's get back on task here. Let's get back on task. How much of this has been claimed? Oh, that's a decent amount. Alright. We got something over here. A woman's documentation of a blind society. Shows streets. Also determine whether they're madness. Okay. We got something here. Rest fills the air, and an exiled bird has found a branch to rest upon.
Fate. Yes. It looms over us, yet each of us may hold the power to steer its course.
Just like this nation of contradictions, its fate should also be... In that case, shall we officially begin the salon? Has a... Interesting discovery of the day. Stellar Blade has a... Of course it does! Okay. Okay, oh my god. Imagine Stellar Blade becoming the next Skyrim of next Skyrim, where there's just 10 billion mods for it. Yo, what's up, Ratty? What's up? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Great job. You leave such great first impressions, Euban. Such amazing first impressions. Oh, you just woke up? Oh, good morning. Good morning. Or afternoon, maybe? Good morning or afternoon? I assume. The ever-observant Roberta noticed the tears welling on Octavia's face. Cuts her off. Hope you slept well. Would anyone like to share a story on this topic? Whether it's a person's personal experience or a written tale, let's bring some life into this salon. Well, if no one has anything to say, I could always retell the story of my faithful journey across their Mexican border. Oh. A chair screeches as one man stands. All eyes fall on his face, shadowed by his heavy brow and sharp cheekbones. An unexpected twist. No one had noticed him quietly standing at the edge of the crowd until now. I spent the first half of my life as a bank clerk. One day, sitting behind that glass window, staring at the endless stacks of checks, papers. My back is shit, but I expected that? Oh no. Oh no. May I ask why your back is shit? May I ask why? In the stacks of papers and flyers, it hit me. I was serving a life sentence. So I quit, went home, and decided to write something. My wife threw a fit at first, but when I wouldn't budge, you need a backup? Wow. You know, this is proof that, like, Human, you are turning old if you're starting to tell dad jokes. Okay? You're starting to tell puns like that. This is how I know you're turning old. I'm sorry. I'm not. No, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for calling you old. I slept on my couch, and in the couch there was a piece of wood. Oh no, that doesn't sound very comfortable. That doesn't exactly sound very comfortable. I was like this during high school. Interesting. I didn't know you were a teen parent. No, no, that might be a little much. That might be a little much. Well, when a Cold War broke out between us, and then finally, she issued a unilateral eviction notice. What did you say? Say it, coward. No, I won't go that far. No. I got drunk, punched a bastard officer who was beating a beggar on the street, and everything after is a blur. Say it, I can take it? I'll say it off stream, okay? It was comfortable, but I guess it wasn't. It's like the same feeling as like, oh, I fell asleep on a very comfortable bed, but then you wake up feeling absolutely terrible. Wake up feeling absolute garbage. Yeah. It's like you expected a good night's rest, but no, it just didn't happen. Okay. And everything was a blur. Bed. I felt comfortable sleeping on the floor initially. Honestly, I think I fell asleep on the floor like more times than I should have. I fell asleep on the floor more times than I should have, and also I've fallen asleep at my desk like a couple times as well. I have also, so yeah. That was, I mean, oddly enough, whenever I slept by my desk, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't that terrible. But whenever I slept on the floor, I would instantly feel it in my back, and I would instantly feel it. When I came to, I was already here, a place that feels more like home than any other place ever did. The idealist gave me some water and suggested I write to Aleph. So I did. I wrote a letter and asked a question. I've slept on weird shit? Oh no. I think the strangest place I've fallen asleep on was probably a bench in the park. Leaning my head back. That was probably the strangest place I've fallen asleep on. It's just a bench in the park. Yeah. But one time I slept in fetal with leaning on my head on the backrest and my feet on the table. That is interesting. That is interesting. Interesting. I imagine that to be very uncomfortable for your neck. Cause like your neck, the way for that to work, I mean, not really. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be, depending on how tall your like backrest or like your table is, but 2 weeks later, I got a reply. Just one line. I'm still trying to figure out what it means. In the short span of life, there exists an infinitely extending staircase, and at its end lies nothing but a silent body of water. Julio, I had no idea you had such a story. Why haven't you mentioned it before?
I didn't know you've written to Aleph too.
Oh. Octavia, maybe you did chose the right topic. Young, passionate writers like you should carry the dream of changing society. Don't end up like me, waiting until this age to finally pick up a pen. Oh? The hostess, fully engrossed in the story, has almost forgotten all about the topic. Great, I suppose it's my turn then. So, here's my tale of crossing the Mexican border. For heaven's sake, spare us. I've heard at least 7 or 8 versions of that story already, not to mention the 5 short stories in your collection. 5 stories, Roberta. 5! And the only difference between them is the narrative perspective. Repetitive narrative is indeed an important topic in literary criticism. The remainder of the salon is spent in noisy chatter as the storytelling quickly spirals out of control. Only Dr. Torres quietly repeats that name to herself.
Aleph.
I don't know why, but I love sleeping in the same position when I'm looking up. Looking up. I'm trying. That's interesting. Mr. Julio's past was an unexpected gold nugget. The perfect material for a biography. I'll treat it with care in my next submission. By then, I had nearly forgotten I was still in prison. I had been swept up in the literary salon. I resolved to record all that I witnessed in this prison. Yo, what's up, Lord Fifth? What's up? I saw you were streaming earlier today. How was that? How was it? I hope you had fun. As to whether the inhabitants are truly prisoners, that will be for the readers to decide. It was fun and startling? Oh. Yeah, because I saw you had like Wuwa, and then like you went to Zenless, and you mentioned like the new Five Nights at Freddy's game. I also now know when you look at chat. Yeah? I feel like it's kind of obvious whenever I look over at chat, because like chat is on this side of my screen. Chat's like over there, so as a result, I look at this side. I look to my left, or to you guys, it looks like I look to the right. No, I look to my right. Right? I look to my right, and it looks like that. Yes. Alright, yeah. It's to my right. So, derailing chat in session? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, anytime. Pretty much. Whenever I say I have a task at hand, and then it's like, nope, you won't get that task done. At the time, I did not ask how they found their way into this prison. Like them, I was thinking of purer things. Looking back on this journey, I now see that the tangled strands of Las Babas del Diablo had formed an interconnected web. I would be here to ruin any plans you had in mind. The goal was to try and get as far as I can in Reverse 1999. In this chapter, as far as I can, or at least to probably chapter 8 or chapter 9. I'm going to eat food now? Alright, have fun. Have fun, eat something good, alright? Just as the salon gets into full swing, a face emerges from the shadows. Only the smile clearly visible. What's happening in 3 essays plus? Oh. It's okay, I derail at the beginning. Yeah, you did. That entire beginning was very interesting. Rarely do I observe the salon from afar. taking in all its symbolic quirks and subtle metaphors. The bridge between reality and unreality. The poetry of the typical and the atypical. It is exactly how I envisioned La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas when I founded it. The new arrival catches her attention. Reality and unreality. Are you referring to the difference between non-fiction and fiction? I'm afraid I haven't quite grasped your full meaning. But you understood at least part of it, didn't you? That alone proves we're walking the same path. The unwavering pursuit of aesthetic truth. We are citizens of the literary kingdom, stargazers chasing the first light to reach the shores of the new world, children crying beneath the tree of pure ideals. Wait, food is kind of necessary? Yeah, food's pretty important. I think food's pretty important. As its founder, I sincerely invite you to join La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas and become, like, this is such a mouthful, and become one of us. This looks like AF. All for one from food is overrated. No, some food is overrated, but I think, like, I was about to say, would you consider pho as overrated? Food's kind of important. Yeah, what? No way. What about Boombo, eh? Also, who needs brain? Without a brain, you'd be as smart as a worm. As smart as a jellyfish. You'd be as smart as a jellyfish. Jellyfish don't have brains. My god. La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas is such a mouthful. Couldn't you have come up with a better name? I mean, it gets to the point of what it is. I think. It gets to the point, but like, that's such a mouthful. The Society of Poets of Latin America, right? Or that's what it roughly translates to, right? Well, translate, because I don't have my phone next to me right now. Las Americas. The Society of Poets of the Americas. That is quite the translation. Today's diet, well, yesterday, donuts, donut holes, and some... Okay, pigs in a blanket? Okay, maybe half a cup of vanilla ice cream just now? Oh my god. Eat some damn food. Eat some real food. Actual food. Eat some actual food. Even if it's a bag of potato chips, okay? At least a bag of potato chips is more than just... So we hungry and unhealthy. Oh my god. When was the last time you ate a vegetable? When was the last time you ate a vegetable? We have some 2-day-old chips. What is that? Vegetable. No. When was the last time you ate a vegetable? God. Join Las Sociedades de Poetas de las Americas? Like, there is a better way to say this than the full name. A gentlemanly bow. An invitation that is hard to refuse. Everything here carries an air of mystery. The literary gathering, the strange architecture, the enigmatic recipient of all those letters. A rare opportunity.
I'm truly flattered by your invitation. I'd be delighted to join the Poetry Society.
Okay. I can't wait. I remember the day before I ate 3 spicy church chicken and 1 bread. Oh my god.
But might I trouble you with one question, Mr. Idealist?
You call yourself the founder, so I assume you call yourself the founder, so I assume you are the idealist, yes? Ask away. Could you tell me about Aleph? The whole day, so I'm ruining myself. Yeah. God. Eat something that's more than just dessert. Have a piece of toast with some butter on it. Can't blame me too much though. Oh, how so? How so? Like after work I pass out all day? You're tired and then from still. This is why I always this is also that exact reason is the reason why I always have like a pack of noodles in my room. Like my emergency stash of noodles. That is the reason. Just like whenever I'm tired after work and I don't want to cook food for myself, I just go to like my stash of instant noodles and cook that. And it's not that hard to also just add an egg in there. But Lord Six came to my room to wake me up because we had a door. Because we had a door-to-door cellar. Aww. Oh my god. Bok choy tomato. Can you drop ship me some noodles? I mean, I could try. I could try, but but I don't know. Passion and delirium. Open your eyes to see the night. Close them to see the light. Alright.
This is a serious violation of the rules. I'll have to report this to the physician, and all of your treatments will need to be reassessed.
No food is the staple of my house. That's why we're all typically choppy. Isn't that just the nature of being an American? Isn't that just the natural like part of being American is the fact that all the food that is sold to us, all the cheap stuff is absolute junk, and therefore we are left with junk food in our house because that's the only thing we can buy? Junk food and big eaters? Yeah. Yeah, cause like it sucks whenever it's like all the food that is cheap and readily available to Americans, and Americans is just, here's really cheap, heavily processed food. It's like 80% sugar and you will enjoy it. Oh god, I weigh about 220. Wait for the perfect health should be about 190. Yep. Thanks, America. You wanna know what's absolute proof of the fact that like junk is so much it's so much cheaper to eat junk. It's so much cheaper to eat junk than it is to eat healthy, is the fact that I went to a vending machine and a bottle of Sprite was like $1.75, but a bottle of apple juice that was smaller than the Sprite was like $2.50. Apple juice. A bottle of apple juice that was smaller than the bottle of Sprite was more expensive. I will never forget that. I will never forget that, because it's like my one time and my one attempt in trying to be healthier, and then it's like, well, fuck. We need fast food, healthy, cheap. Yeah. So wait, but that's ridiculous. We need cheaper, healthier options. Exactly. Exactly. And it's like, this is fucking apple juice. Everything is about 100. Literally. No. Literally, why is everything so... There is so much garbage. Actually, it's a problem.
Until a new treatment plan is in place, all members of La Sociedad are confined to their cells without any of their usual privileges.
My god. A certain person talking about make America healthy again. Well, how about you start with this? How about you start with the clear problem in America, which is, obesity. Obesity. Make America healthy again. Start with the biggest problem in it right now. Obesity. Chicken and air frying it. It's good and healthy. Just boring. Yeah. Yeah, just... Air frying has been nice, though. The fact that... I should become American. Oh my god. Oh man. Alright, enough of me talking about that. Enough. I don't want to derail into that side right now. I don't want to. The jailer heavily emphasizes La Sociedad, triggering a commotion among the prisoners.
This is not what we agreed to.
You gave us your word! Affairs within La Sociedad were not to be disturbed!
Please, don't do this.
Yay for derailing. Yep.
Please, he doesn't deserve this. No one does. We don't want to lose our friend.
Here. The previous convulsing prisoner struggles to his feet.
Please, Senora. I swear it won't happen again. I'll take the medicine on time as instructed. I promise I won't hurt anyone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pablo, but rules are rules.
God.
Before you take this poor man from his friends, may I ask you something?
Do
you know where these inmates go after they see the physician?
Ooh. And here I thought about buying some Whataburger. I've never been to a Whataburger, actually. I've never been to one. Or I've never had any as well.
My duty is to keep order here. What happens beyond these walls is not my concern. Perhaps they've recovered from the physician's treatment and were returned to society.
No, they got a lobotomy and now they're dead. The jailer's expression relaxes.
Within these walls, the only truth we know is this. No one returns from the clinic of the physician of Kamala. Are you certain this treatment they received is really a cure?
Pablo is harmless. He's just a writer who has a talent for finding words in poems. That's all.
I think it is Texas only fast food. I love it, but people say it's overrated. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there are any Whataburgers in my area, actually. I don't think there are any.
Please, let him stay. We'll look after him. He can have our share of the medicine. We'll keep him in check.
I don't think...
This doesn't conform to our regulations.
How do they make a jaguar so expressive?
Still as arrogant as ever, idealist.
Oh. Oh.
One day, you'll get us all killed.
Octavia. The stranger enters the exhibition hall. As she arrives, the jailer exhales with relief. Trim 3/4. Ask for the 4th patty for a 1-inch burger. Wow. It's enough to get me full. God damn. Although then it does remind me the fact that, like, I think that's a lot of food, but then I remember, oh yeah, I don't need a lot of food. I don't need a lot of food, honestly. I don't eat a lot of food. That's the thing. Cause it's like I don't need a lot of food to make myself feel full. I don't need that much food. It's like you can give me like a cup of rice with like a little bit of chicken and I'd be full from that. I'd be full. Or perhaps even less than a cup of rice actually. Probably less than a cup.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you here.
Thank God. Something that's so interesting is the fact that, like, the way that they have... I've already talked about, like, their clothing, but the fact that, like... The way that, like, she has, like, the jacket with, like, the lapel over, and...
Who is that?
Also, I do want to take this moment to say that Octavia is really pretty.
That's Octavia. One of our model inmates. She's been a great help in the past.
Very pretty.
If you're interested in prison literature, I'd suggest talking to her instead of the idealist.
Oh. I wish I was you. I don't get full with one plate of food, so I always stop myself from getting more. That's why I maintain my current weight.
So...
I mean,
she's
keep
a
in
writer
mind,
too.
keep in mind, I'm not very tall. I don't weigh a lot. I've talked about this a little bit. I'm built like a stick, okay? I don't require that much food to keep myself going. I don't require that much, so as a result, I never learned how to eat a lot. I never learned how to. I never learned how to stomach food more than, like... That's, like, very little. That's, like... I never learned how to stomach a lot of food. And if I tried to, I feel horrendously sick. If I just enjoy my food, I would be like, be 250, 260? I feel like this is a problem that like only encompasses me and like very few others, but it's like because I get full so quickly, I can't eat everything I wish to eat. And that's a very specific problem to me, sadly, and a few other. And, like, probably a couple others, but because I get full so easily, I can't eat everything I wish to eat. I must portion myself to, like, have, like, to have, like, a tiny amount of everything if I want to try everything I wish to try. And that's, like, a problem to me, I know that is. Because I know for others, it's like, yeah, it's not a problem at all.
Who would have thought? This place has got writers coming out of the woodwork. I thought it would be easy to find my writer friend in a prison. But what are the odds that I'd break into a place absolutely lousy with them?
Does that become a problem, getting low vitamins, not enough nutrition? I mean, the things that... Oddly enough, I feel like that was a problem at one point, and then, like, Oddly enough, I do have, like, a supplement that has... Yeah, that's fine. I do actually have a supplement that I take, like, every now and then. Because I get full so easily. Because I get full so easily, I do actually have, like, some, like, vitamin supplement or whatever. I do have that just to help out, but I don't think I need it every day, though. I don't think so. It's just that, like, yeah. Could not imagine to have. Yeah, yeah, it's a very specific problem, and I know it doesn't encompass a lot of people. It really doesn't. It really doesn't.
She used to be in their gatherings until she got tired of their nonsense and started her own faction.
Oh. The new arrival brings out a change in the idealist. He clicks his tongue imperceptibly.
What are you doing here, Octavia? Haven't you heard? The era of chieftains, ghosts, and plantation stories is over. Visceral realism is the future.
A
And has this brilliant visceral realism helped you finish any of these poems?
Oh my god. I love the fact that despite them being prisoners, they still try to make themselves look presentable. Like, look at her. Look at her. Or maybe it's a thing that I have with... I don't know, the way that like the jacket fits nicely around her. It looks really nice. And even like the fact that you know it's a prison from like the stitch work right here as well. Not trying to make you consider something, but have you thought about eating food like those like competitive... I like her stern look. Yeah, no, I could never imagine being that, because it's like, I can feel myself getting full, and I get full really fast. So it's like, even if I try to speed my way to eating as much food as I can before I could feel full, I still end up feeling full really, like, a lot faster than what I expect.
What a waste of time. I'm not interested in your movement or arguing with you. I just walked by and happened to witness another episode of your brutal arrogance.
Ooh.
And I'm not about to just stand aside and watch you repeat your mistakes. I'm taking Pablo to the physician. Care to lend a hand, Miss Jailer?
Oh. Have you had a visit to the physician? I'm curious now.
We agreed to mind our own business. Are you breaking our agreement?
Oh. She eats too little because she feels full but has a problem with a low amount of red blood cells?
No. No one will be allowed to erase a word from our poems.
She does not like red meats. Ah, yeah. I mean, I feel like yeah, I do end up eating actually a lot of red meat because I have like... I mean, I feel like that's just the nature of like assigned female at birth, where you just have naturally lower iron or whatever, so as a result I end up eating a lot of red meat to like replenish that iron. Because I don't like taking iron supplements. They upset my stomach horribly. It's like horrible. I get really sick whenever I try to have like those iron pills that they give, that like the doctors and pharmacies have, and I feel horrendously sick afterwards. Alright.
Program activated.
Oh.
Haven't you let your ego cause enough trouble, idealist?
Better that than siding with the devil like you.
Enough. This pointless arguing ends now.
Yeah. Alright, we got Idealist over here. And Octavia. My god, the way that, like, the fact that she also has really nice shoes as well. Oh my god. Also reveal that the Idealist has been barefoot this entire time. This is how we learn. Alright.
Perfectly understood.
Let me see. Defeat all enemies. Alright, so it doesn't matter.
Loading. Charging.
Please, allow me.
Aim and shoot.
Believe, mortal!
Faraday's miracle.
Stay back, I say!
1, 2. Boss. May I do action for you, boss? I promise I won't throw a fight. Oh? Oh?
Perfectly
Finish it.
Feel my dark embrace.
Nice. Alright.
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
Let's cast Greater Heal. Oh.
Stand down, both of you.
Oh my god, it's been a while since I've heard this theme. I haven't heard this theme since we were in Vienna. I am actually kind of happy that Bobby isn't here. I'm kind of happy Bobby isn't here right now, actually. Their heated debate continues without any concern for the jailer's warning.
You've never listened. I pity your followers. To be led by such a reckless megalomaniac. Do you even think about the consequences of your actions? We fought hard to earn the freedom to discuss literature under their watch. Your impulsive ego threatens to destroy everything we've built here.
Spare me the lecture, Octavia. We don't need permission to do as we please.
My god. The music that's playing right now just makes... It creates like the image that like these two are just bickering.
You're just another puppet of power, kneeling to the eyes behind those glass walls. They've trained you to believe it was your own decision, to be good and conform. Who could have done a better job?
Oh.
When I look at you, all I see is a sheep. Docile and obedient. Just the way the tower wants.
Oh.
What kind of work could someone like you create? Literature isn't defended by those lounging in cozy rooms, scribbling to soothing music.
Have you looked in a mirror, idealist? You've become a pathetic windmill-tilting fool. A monster tearing down everything around you.
A beast of prey, you mean? Naturally, a sheep would be appalled by the mere thought of such a creature. A fearful sheep caught in a vine, confusing the blade that would set it free with the jaws of a lion.
Such a master of metaphor. But I beg you, learn to distinguish right from wrong, fantasy from reality. Only then can you truly lead our people toward what's right.
And that's where I think his name comes in, the idealist. He is someone who if his name speaks true to his actual actions, then he would rather pursue something heavily unrealistic than to confront reality and to abide by its rules. Which, yeah, that's fitting right now. That's fitting right now. He is... He's not exactly conforming to... He's not exactly changing his ideas to be able to fit reality. In fact, I don't think he ever did.
Distinguish right from wrong. Don't make me laugh. Is that the limit of your vision?
You...
Uh-oh.
You...
Oh? Oh! The impassioned leader jumps into the nearby bench, striking a dramatic pose before the crowd. So are we solving a murder? We are currently in a prison trying to learn from them. From the inmates. Oh! He raises his arms and launches a speech.
Friends, listen to me! There is no truer home to literature than a prison!
A blast of deafening sound, and all words fall from the air. The idealist's expression freezes. His eyes search down from a frozen face to a dark red hole in his chest. The ominous shade of crimson seeps out.
No!
Oh. Yeah. Why should we learn from inmates? I mean, these inmates are special. These inmates are special. They might have something to learn. Yeah, he's dead, and, the horrified Arcanist stumbles back, screaming.
Who did this? Hands behind your head and drop to your knees. All of you, now!
Oh my. Somebody gangsta with Arcane until Second Amendment president. We are cool with the arcane skills until we got our Second Amendment. I mean, they aren't even in America. They aren't even in America right now. These guys are they're currently in like Argentina right now. I-class Glock 19.
This is your last warning.
Oh. God. The prisoners show no reaction to the jailer's final ultimatum. They stare at the idealist, unmoving.
Idealist, you're bleeding. It's in your chest.
His life drains away. The idealist appears unsurprised. He simply turns his gaze towards Recoleta.
You must.
Yes. Idealist?
Oh? Unfinished words dissolve into silence as the prison begins to tremble. The entire exhibition hall twists and contorts, its surroundings warping beyond comprehension, as if dissolving and expanding freely.
What's going on?
I have no context to the story so far, but I assume a riot is imminent? I mean, probably a riot will absolutely break out. Oh! What the fuck? Garden of Forking Paths. The hall is still. Time seems frozen in place until someone utters the first words.
Was he shot? Where did the blood come from? Miss Jailer and you ladies over there, come give me a hand. We need to get into the physician.
Her words ignite the first spark. Someone cast domain expansion? I mean, the fact that there was a wall here where there wasn't, and it was the labyrinth.
Did you do this, Octavia? You couldn't face the burning truth of his words, so you pierced his very heart instead, just as it was blazing with the fire of justice.
I mean, yeah, what happened? No, I don't like seeing her shocked. I want her to be happy.
Or was it you, Jill? Did you intend to crush the voice of poetry beneath your wheel of power? It has to be one of you devils in disguise, beasts in human skin.
Can't you see? I had nothing to do with this. I'm as innocent as any of you.
Uh-oh.
I've been trying to keep order here, to protect everyone. And now you blame me?
Don't listen to her! The idealist made it very clear! She's trying to get us punished for her own gain!
I mean, she's just as...
You're a murderer, Octavia!
Is she even holding a gun? The prisoner's fury erupts. In the chaos, Sonetto blocks an arcane skill that pierces the air.
This is mad. You're accusing me without proof. It wasn't me.
This is getting out of hand. I suggest you ladies leave now.
Alright.
No, wait! It all happened too fast. What happened to the idealist? Is he alright?
What do you think?
I didn't even get a chance to ask about Aleph.
As the tide of people surges around them, the line between life and death blurs beyond recognition.
I agree with the jailer. Timekeeper, Miss Recoleta, let's get out of here.
The violent conflict rages on, and everything else becomes meaningless. The illusion of time dissolves, its flow unknown. Under the garden's influence, the frenzy of prisoners began to resemble an unreadable, chaotic epic. At this moment, an unidentifiable figure enters their midst, though no one takes notice. The newcomer scrutinizes the motionless corpse.
His vitals are gone. At last, some peace and quiet. Well, for a liar and a thief like him, there's hardly a better end than this.
Oh. He reaches into the idealist's coat pocket and pulls out a die. Oh! Is this a die that the man has created? It is an artifact marked by patterns veiled in smoke. An object seemingly not meant to exist in this world. A 20-sided die known only through an omniscient perspective. And now, it is stained in an utterly corrupted blackness.
Just as I thought. You had it all along.
Oh. Who was that and what was that? Alright. Oh, we got another one of these. Oh my god. Ishmael from PGR Wooba and now in... Oh no. Fate is like a mirror. Its strongest reflections are shaped by time. You know what? Let's pin this one for a bit. Alright. Quick drink. Up to this point, I've participated firsthand in several sessions of Las Sociedades de Poetas de las Americas. So I should ask, should I get a Whataburger right now or just sleep? Are you hungry right now? Are you hungry right now? Yes or no? Always been hungry? Do you have the money for Whataburger? If so, get yourself some. Get yourself some Whataburger. Eat, cause like, sleeping with an empty stomach isn't very pleasant. Sleeping on, from my experience, if I try to sleep while hungry, it's like impossible for me to do that. It's impossible for me to sleep while hungry. Those literary experiments treated language as an advanced game, weaving reality and fiction into an invisible web, ensnaring everyone present in a maze of words. Never before had I been so intimidated with literature or thought about it so deeply. I was amazed by how words could so vividly express both playfulness and values. Could sleep easily, but I'm gonna crash out for like 10 plus hours. Yeah. Yeah. Until that ordinary afternoon, when a poet named Eduardo was reciting his new piece with refined rhythm, and Miss Octavia was discussing the state of Sao Paulo with me. No one noticed anything unusual about Mr. Julio's condition. Do you think you need food right now? 'Cause if so, get yourself food. If not, then go sleep. 'Cause... Just like you wrote in The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo. The greatness of Latin America lies in its richness, and from that richness comes misfortune, gnawed by insatiable greed. One man's poverty is another's feast. Suffering nourishes joy. They are like riverbanks, clearly divided. This duality, this paradox, it isn't precisely the kind of question we should be posing. Isn't it precisely the kind of question we should be proposing through literature? The thought of bone against hard surface interrupts her. Julio is banging his head against the wall. Not enough, not enough. No. Not like this. You can't grasp space and time. I'm still missing some essential language frameworks and thought patterns. With our current language system, I cannot catch the ghosts of time. I can only let it slip away from the tip of my pen. Mr. Julio, what's wrong with you? Unlike the panicked Octavia, the other inmates around Julio seem unfazed. That wall is unscalable, Leo. I told you already. I can lend you some of my bandages from last week if you need them. For a permanently silent object, any form of narration is futile. In the end, you're just wrestling with your own shadow.
What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Julio's hurting himself?
Octavia is clearly flustered. Doris knows she must first eliminate any outside interference that might obstruct her ability to help. Miss Octavia, please calm down. Tell me, what do you see?
It's Mr. Julio. He's hurt. Bleeding.
He tried to break through the mirror of language with his head, but it was actually a wall. By now, Doris has learned how to filter out the surreal embellishments typical of La Sociedad members in order to correctly assess the situation. Mirror or wall, it doesn't matter. Please, take a closer look and describe what you see. Clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Julio's condition? His muscles are spasming uncontrollably, as if jolted by a cold electric current, and his face is tightening, twisting like he's struggling against a silent force. His fingers are curling into unnatural shapes. His expression keeps changing. First pain, then panic, and finally blankness.
Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure. Perhaps I could offer some help.
Oh. Guided by the sound of Julio's whimpers, Doris approaches. His head is bloodied.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him.
Could you lay him down flat on his side? We have to stop him from hurting himself. I can use my arcane skill. Flashing lights could worsen an epileptic seizure. Does your arcane skill emit intense light? If so, I must ask you to refrain from using it. Octavia hurriedly retracts her incantation. She presses down on Julio's shoulder and lowers him into the cold, hard floor. The doctor kneels quickly and gently turns the man to his side, preventing him from injuring himself any further. As time passed, Mr. Julio's convulsions began to subside, but his body remained stiff, his jaw clenched tight. I took a disposable bite pad from the first aid kit and carefully placed it in his mouth to keep him from biting himself. Eventually, the situation came under control, and Mr. Julio's breathing stabilized. And there everyone went, straight back to the gathering as if there was only a minor inconvenience. Thank you for your help, Miss Erd. The doctor responds with a silent smile.
You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in Sao Paulo?
Yes. Saving others is my profession. Writing is my hobby. In my home, I am first and foremost a doctor. Miss Erd, you have my utmost admiration as a doctor, as a writer, and even more as a person beyond any social categorization. You, a doctor who actually lived in the favelas, right. I have to they said favelas. Pointed the barrel at yourself before wielding your words as a weapon. Compared to you, I've achieved nothing of substance. All I do is wave ideals around, as if that's enough. Miss Octavia, I'm simply a writer who follows her curiosity. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to provide you with any concrete advice, nor am I as great as you say.
You're well prepared for your vision and ambition. for modesty is such an essential part of writing, and you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection.
Thank you for your kind words.
But I'd like to return to my room and think for a while. See you tomorrow. Oh, we get to see inside a cell now. The idealist pursues his ideal to erect a magnificent vision atop the tower of literature. But for those outside the tower, what good is that magnificence? Here I am, locked away in a prison, my words going no further than these walls. I even only have my life because of my wretched father.
It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain.
Maybe we were no different from the heretics who were burned at the stake in the Middle Ages. Perhaps only professionals like Miss Erd, doctors with real expertise, can truly save a person. Wait, but this prison does have a doctor. A doctor meant to handle every kind of issue, whose specialty is precisely in the mental field. But he's not just a doctor. He's an overseer of this prison. Once I asked the idealist why the prison in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or police chief, but a physician. I asked the idealist why, but a physician, yeah. Once I asked the idealist why the person in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or a police chief, but a physician. As expected, he brushed me off with some grandiose, idealistic rhetoric. But why has the idealist always seemed so opposed to the physician?
Why?
Why can't patients like Mr. Julio, who are clearly suffering, be sent to him?
Puzzles on top of puzzles. Questions after questions. My head.
You're learning. Questions after questions, you're learning. Her sigh echoes through the circular building, and it's soon answered by a chorus of other sighs.
I can't do this anymore.
Miss Octavia turned and walked away. Though she looked disheartened, I could still see the power of the unwavering force that drove her forward. What would that force be for me? Looking back, I too began to reflect upon myself, to contemplate fate, that grand and irreversible force. Alright. Let's go one more. Let's finish 8 right here. Let's finish that. And from there, we'll pick up from where. Yeah, what's up, Lord Fifth? Yeah? I'm trying to see. Alright. I'm gonna go buy some Whataburger. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and eat something. If you're hungry or if you haven't eaten for a while, probably go eat. I would say if you're gone since it's... I want to say if you're gone by the time I'm back since it's 2:30 a.m. Yeah. Good night. I appreciate it. And good night to you as well, if I'm still not streaming by then. Since it's most likely I'll probably have, what, 15 more minutes of stream? Probably 15. Alright. Last time I felt betrayed. Oh no. Spider's Web. Open it, reread it. Witness firsthand the events that transpired within the desert. Left to buy and came back and you were gone. Oh no! When was that? That might have been a while ago, because I don't remember. Now that this area is lit, I can, like, see more. It's been a while, I can't remember the game. Oh, that's fair. Alright. We'll do one more chapter and then probably call it for the night.
Ladies, I must apologize for what happened back there. We were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale before. I must report this to the physician.
Take care, Lurk. Alright, I appreciate the lurk.
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train. And the roads are icy at night.
Hearing this, Recoleta exchanges a quick but meaningful expression with her companions.
Vernon, we can't leave like this.
Hmm?
We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer. But we still have some unfinished business here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you.
Alright.
We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
Alright. Night falls as the girls huddle together, scrutinizing their unfamiliar surroundings.
They actually found us a spare room.
Oh. Although it is a cell.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others.
Yeah. With the same
Don't
graffiti.
worry. This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars.
Oh my god.
At least this time we're just here for the night. Not a full sentence.
Oh man. Sonetto lets out a whisper-thin protest.
Though this cell is quite different from the ones we've been in before. Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike anything I've seen.
Yeah.
And the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the rest of the world has been cut off from them.
But we're still in an Arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Let's not forget that.
Sonetto, have you just been worrying about that the entire time?
Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are mentally unstable and potentially dangerous. Miss Recoleta, with all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses. We'd be overlooking the risks, as we did earlier.
And with all due respect, Sonetto, we didn't overlook any danger. At least I didn't. A writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing.
But you...
We came here with different goals. And still, none of them have been accomplished.
Yep.
I suggest we focus on our respective missions, instead of fighting with one another.
Yeah. My god, this just shows more of just how brainwashed Sonetto is, in my opinion. And the fact that, like, she's been conditioned so well by SPDM and the Foundation. She's been conditioned so well to listen to the rules and to even abide them.
Apologies, Timekeeper. Miss Recoleta, I take back everything I said.
At least she's considerate enough.
Don't apologize, Sonetto. I'm at fault too. Sometimes I forget that words can be as sharp as swords. You were only thinking about our safety. I shouldn't have been so rude.
Okay, that's good that they both apologize. That's good.
I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd allow me, I'd like to write a poem for you. Once my novel's finished.
Aww. Take it as a compliment. Aw, she's blushing. Aww.
That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today to last a lifetime. Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to the Idealist?
That's what we're trying to figure out now, I guess. Recalling their recent conflict, the indomitable girl finally hesitates.
The jailer told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down. She found nothing. No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the idealist.
Oh.
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for ghost stories.
Oh no, oh no. Soneto's now scared out of her boots.
Do you mean that maybe the idealist somehow managed to get out of there on his own?
Maybe. Did he stage his own death?
Or perhaps someone else helped him? Well, according to the idealist and our jailer, any inmates who are unwell will be taken to the physician. It's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about.
You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now. I'm relieved. That was a sudden plot twist, but a visionary of his magnitude doesn't deserve to die in silence like that.
To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud, as was the ensuing commotion.
Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that. I mean, the writers would riot if a writer were to kill off a character so abruptly. But you believe he's still alive too, am I right?
Most likely. Or by some means alive, or somehow. She knows her words are merely a cover. She needs an answer. A real, undeniable answer.
There's nothing that we can be certain of for now. But on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Soneto.
Oh yeah?
We found Dr. Dorres' signature in the gallery.
Oh
You
yeah.
were right all along, Recoleta. She was here.
But we didn't see her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her? Like with the idealist?
Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back?
Oh.
This is all just speculation. If we want to find the idealist, or Dr. Dorres, we need to speak to this physician first.
Yeah, he
Miss
seems to know a lot
Recoleta,
more.
Do you believe that the idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Possibly?
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
Yeah, we've heard so much about this physician guy, we might as well investigate him. That name touches a nerve once again.
Amigas,
Oh?
I've had this strange feeling in my gut since we got here. Something is slowing us down.
Oh yeah?
Now, to figure out what it is...
A silent fear grips her. Grips her like ripples suddenly appearing on a once still lake. Unsettling in its quiet disturbance.
Look, it's a wild guess, but just wait till I finish.
What's
It
up?
feels like everything happening in this prison is somehow connected to my novel, El auge y la caída de la cordura.
Oh.
We're no strangers to wild guesses, and
Yeah.
sometimes they're closer to the truth than you'd think. So this...
The rise and fall of sanity.
Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
Yeah. Brief us on it. The question scatters the midnight gloom. Outside, moonlight spills over gray-white snow.
Huh. Nunca pensé que te interesaría.
It starts... Sorry, it's been a while since I told it from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. It happened in a desert town called Amalfitano, in Sonora back in 1975.
Two patient listeners watch the stammering girl, waiting for the next part of her story.
You know what? Most people say the beginning's a bit hard to get into, except for Aleph. I'm thinking of rewriting it. But if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
She studies her readers' expressions, guessing madly at their responses.
Please.
Aww.
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las cintas.
Tapes. Ooh. They're all here now.
El patrón general parecía haber cambiado. Al principio, la investigadora de paracausalidad lo atribuyó a un error estadístico. Un fallo, tal vez. Oh, but after a few days and long nights of meticulous calculations, that explanation only became less and less plausible. The odds of success and failure kept shifting, and the chance of repeating the previous result kept growing. It was as if someone had tampered with the rules and tweaked it to their liking. She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing, as they called it then. Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly of an old tale. I heard a strange rustling at dawn, like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed and died. That was the last time I saw the sun, my own hands, or the threads I worked with. The second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the fields sank to their knees and never stood again. By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth. The fourth time the die rolled, 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk, and 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived. The final roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
What a story. What does... Well, this is... started with the frequency down. Central patterns change at first. Disk error or glitch. It's of... What a... You're so good at saying things. Recoleta is just over here babbling. Like, yeah, we get to just like telling a story, and now it's just like her 2 audience members are just like, oh. How are you doing? The yappers. Oh, what's up, Sato? How are you doing as well? What's up? Jill Steele. That's a cool name. It's a cool name. Also, the Tooth Fairy profile, love it. The Tooth Fairy profile picture, love it. The quiet spreads through their cell like a rolling tide. It's good. How's everything? The more I try to understand this chapter of Reverse right now, the more I can feel my brain like changing its shape. I can feel just like my brain has never been in this shape before. It's strange. What the fuck? Only reverse makes my brain do this.
Seems like
Probably displaying my mom number 5 as profile. Hey, don't let your mom drive, okay? Don't let her drive. The usual reverse experience. Yeah, I mean, oddly enough, chapter 5 and like whenever we got to see like 37 yap about all the math stuff, I was like, hey, I actually understood all this shit. I actually understood it. My brain felt normal. It was like the first time my brain felt normal in this game, and now it's like, what shape have you folded my brain into now? Heaven forbid a woman have hobbies running over her kids. god, how many times has Tooth Fairy crashed a car? How many times has it happened? Because it happened in Green Lake, it happened... I'm pretty sure it happened in, like, the new... Shit, what was it called again? The one that happened not too long ago. Or, like... It didn't happen that long ago, I feel like. But I know it did. With Willow and Flutter Page and... yeah. Just like, you already thought the hobby of collecting baby teeth was strange enough. Now see my second hobby, running kids over.
Well, there's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet.
Oh?
Any thoughts? Anything. I can take it. Please, I really need some feedback.
I'm trying to understand all of this right now, because it's like... As of now, it seems like the dice is determining all fate. Is determining the fate of these people, or these characters in your book.
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this Die of Babylon in the end.
Oh, Vertin, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor.
Metaphor for what?
I see. I must have missed that. Sorry. Still, it's a beautiful story. Sad, but beautiful.
Is the die is the metaphor for fate?
The story is still too obscure, isn't it? Aleph warned me about this. In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the Blind Weaver to shed light on the hidden theme. It helped at first, but even with a sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward.
I mean, where's your end goal in the plot? Where is it? What is the end goal?
Feel stuck in that village with them, lost, dazed, isolated inside their small, disconnected moments. Something crucial is missing, leaving gaps between the characters and the scenes. Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely? What should I do?
I've never actually written a novel, I'm not too sure. Although I have seen that, like, some people completely, like, rewrite their novel and stuff like that. They completely rewrite it. And it's like, holy fuck. How do you revise your work so much that you end up writing a different story? Before the writer sinks into a swirling vortex of self-doubt, someone decides to push for something tangible.
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon. What makes you think that?
Oh.
It's a strange feeling. Like, everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only, I can't remember it.
I feel like that's the case for a lot of dreams. Or at least the dreams I have, is that I am very aware that I do end up dreaming sometimes. But I never remember them. I could never remember. Just like, I know I dreamed of something, but I don't remember it. What the fuck did I dream of? And it's like... the worst part is that half of those dreams that I do end up forgetting, I know whatever story was brewing in there was a good-ass story. Because I wake up sweating. That's how I fucking know. And some people might say that, like, I feel like if I try to describe some of my dreams, people would say, yeah, that's like borderline a nightmare, are you okay? But, I don't know, maybe it's because I don't fear a lot of things anymore. I don't fear a lot of things anymore, so it's like, a nightmare feels like a normal or maybe it's because I've had too many dreams where they are actually nightmares, but I never acknowledged them as nightmares. I don't know, I'm not too sure about it.
Do you mean that you have a sense of déjà vu? It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakanya told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain.
Oh.
Like a little glitch in our heads.
Nice throwback to Kakanya. I am so curious as to how Kakanya would react to this bunch, actually. I'm so curious. Although then again, she is busy with Isolde right now.
No, it's nothing like deja vu.
Kikanya is kind of constantly busy now trying to figure out Isolde. Kids, we're gonna have a surprise map. I feel like my nightmares oftentimes start with, oh, this happens, oh no, I'm dead, oh no. And then I end up respawning somewhere else and then, oh no, I died again. I feel like that's how my nightmares end up being. I just respawn. There's no fear of death. No fear, I just respawn. The storyteller snaps back, politely agitated.
Deja vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La Sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern, like the grooves on a record, telling a story I feel I've listened to before.
You think the letters from Aleph are doing this?
Amalfitano and Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too. I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Verton.
Oh.
At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. A traveler with a suitcase.
Don't tell me your writings... You have the ability to write shit into reality. Don't tell me that's your arcane ability. Don't tell me that. No. The girl rambles on, desperately relating to her characters.
But then I realized, the doctor, your Dores, she's like the blind weaver who lost her sight to the dye despite having always been faithful to it. And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past. And the idealist, he's the murdered donkey driver, and the dye of Babylon. No.
Oh my god. Oh.
Mis queridos amigos ficticios. ¿Qué rayos les está pasando?
Oh. Please write some little rail. Write more, Vernider. Write more. Put some more of that, okay? Or more of like Windsong and Winla. I love some Windsong and Vila. I love that shit. It's like, give me some wholesomeness within all the doomed Yuri. Sonetilda. Aww.
Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here matches a character from your story? Like some kind of archetype?
The more I look into this, the more I realize this could be hella meta. You could interpret this as such a very meta take. In the sense that like, are the devs thinking like, are our characters very archetypal or whatever? Or they criticize their own writing?
That sounds unbelievable. But then again, maybe
already the number one ship with a happy ending. You don't need more. I like the number one ship with a happy ending. I need a happy ending, okay? I can't keep letting them die. They're dying left, right, and center. And then there's also like the toxic mess of Isolde and Kikanya. That is, well, it's not exactly toxic in the sense that it's more of just Isolde being a mess and Kikanya is just like, how do I approach this? Oh my god. Give me more happy endings,
you see
damn
the world
it.
through a different lens that none of us share.
Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story too.
Oh.
Aleph. He's the only one who truly understood my story. If things are playing out just like my novel, then...
Is he the one oh. Right, Madam Z and Tooth Fairy having vacation together? Oh. Oh. This is a nice happy vacation and like Madam Z's driving. Not Tooth Fairy specifically. Oh. You don't think that Aleph is the one behind all of this?
Maybe Aleph is in fact still here.
I mean, if he knows what happens in your book, is he trying... And if he knows you're here... If he knows everything that happens in your book, in your novel, and he knows you're here right now, he could easily... And if he's in charge of this prison, he could easily probably manipulate the events of what the fuck happens in this prison to try and bring you more material.
Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the Panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story?
Precisely.
That they've set the rules, started the poetry group, planned the attack on the Idealist, and tried to prevent us from finding Dr. Dorez?
Exactly.
If that's true, Miss Recoleta, it's very likely that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
Recoleta never expected the chain of reasoning to unravel this way.
But No. How could that be possible?
She interrupts, only for confusion to creep onto her face moments later.
Why? Why would he do this?
To show the nature of your story? Question mark?
I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer.
And we're in a prison. With people who have done all sorts of things.
No. None of this adds up.
Remember, Dr. Dorez was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels. And we know they're connected to Manus Vindicte. If this Aleph really is hiding Dorez from us, he may be working with them.
Recoleta stares blankly for a time, before clumsily shifting the topic.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for stories. Maybe you should join us and become a visceral realist too.
Oh? Hiding Dorez may be working with them.
I think you're only imagining things. Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison?
Inspired by reality, or potential realities.
Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories.
Ooh.
Come out now. Whoever's out there, speak up.
Oh.
How can we help you?
Who's there? Thanks, Soneto. Thank you. Oh. Alright. Fight.
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
Oh. Well, doesn't that look like Octavia or Octavia? You look like you have Octavia's frame. Yeah. I don't know who you are though. Wait, let me see. Oh yeah, same moveset here too. Okay. Alright, go time.
Loading, charging.
Please, allow me.
The light that illuminates all.
Stay back, I say!
Aim and shoot.
Feel my dark embrace!
Nice. Nice. Gotta love it.
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
Gotta love one cycling everything. Alright. Oh, we got another thing here. Typewriter record. They cover their eyes. They descend into madness. And they speak as far as I know, bring the terror here. The masters, as from humans, are driven to death en masse. Purpose buried beneath these cruel methods. It was destroy humanity. That's very positive looking. Alright. I've been this has been a 5-hour stream and it got a decent amount of it done. I got a decent amount. Got a decent amount of the story done. Alright. And... oh man. Oh man. I think this is honestly a good time to probably leave off on a cliffhanger, actually. Leave off on a cliffhanger. Who is it that approached us? Who just approached us? This is probably a good cliffhanger right now. But yeah. Oh my god. Feels good to stream Reverse 1999 again. After so long of not streaming it. Oh my god. Also, I do want to... I don't know if it's for me that's loud, or if it's you guys, or if it's just displaying in my like Streamlabs really loud, but it looks like it's fairly loud. I mean, compared to my voice. Alright, claim this really fast. Alright, there's that. Anything else to quickly grab? Oh, I finally have... I'm starting cutting into that. I'm finally cutting into that now. Alright. I have a couple things here to click on before... Here, you have... What are they writing here? Alright. And... Alright. They have Mala's colors in there too. Alright. I'm at a state where I don't want to end stream again. I'm at the state where I don't want to end stream. As much as I know I'm supposed to end stream. I'm supposed to end stream, and I really should. But I don't want to. I don't want to end stream. And I'm going to be honest. I'm actually tempted to pull for Recoleta. I'm actually tempted to. Let me see. Yeah, because Recoleta... Yeah, she has like a really strong team for her right now. I'm tempted to pull. You know what? Your inner thoughts are speaking. I know it's my I know it's my gambling addiction that's speaking right now. That's talking to me. I know it's my gambling addiction, but like we'll do one. We'll do one pull. All right? We'll do one. And it's just a 5-star. Who is it? Cornbloom! Cornbloom. There we go. Alright. That's enough. That's enough. No more pulling. No more pulling.
I'm not good at
P6 Cornbloom. 1, 2, or P5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is in... 6 is in Arknights. Right. 39. Alright. There's that, and I'm most likely gonna go back off stream and get these on hard mode. Most likely off stream, I'm gonna do these on hard mode. So, yeah. I'm gonna spend some time doing that while between now and the next reverse stream. But no, I'm not building pity. Because here's the thing. Between now and the things that between now and in the future, I kinda only want to pull for Ulrich right now. I mostly just want to pull for Ulrich. Maybe Capernia. Maybe Capernia, but it's not guaranteed. But I am definitely pulling Ulrich for Lucy, okay? That's like, you're not changing that. And it's gonna be a while before I pull for... It's gonna be a while. The free guy? Wait, is Ulrich free? I don't know. I've been trying my hardest to avoid all the stuff, all like the extra things in CN right now. Is he free? If so, I might... Is he actually free? How okay, let me see. Reverse 19... I don't know enough about... I don't look into CN that often, mostly because I don't like spoiling myself. 1.8. Characters... let me see. Is he in the same case where, like, he's free similar to how Semmelweis was free? Let me see. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Cause I don't know enough. I don't know enough. Oh yeah, and Moldir's coming out too, right? He's free like Semmelweis? Okay. If he's free like Semmelweis, I'll do one more. One more. Whoa! Eh! It was not that long ago when I got Liangwei. It was not that long ago when I got Liangwei. This was like what? I want to say 40 pity. That was like 40 pity. There's no way this is actually Recoleta. There's no way. Oh my god, is it actually?
Fabuloso. Now I have an experience even more noteworthy than spending 2 weeks hiding out in a university bathroom, being carried around in a suitcase.
What a line! Langley is separated pity because she's eliminated. Yeah. So when was the last time I pulled for a normal character? When was the last time? I don't remember actually. Oh, I don't remember when was the last time I pulled on normal banner. It was Argus. Argus was the last time I pulled. Argus cause Anjo was also limited and I have her. Oh my god. That's fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. How much was that? How much was that? 3. I haven't pulled on this for so long it doesn't even show. It doesn't even show. Yeah, because I have Liangwei right here. And yeah. And it shows Alright. That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Alright.
Struggle with meditation.
Cause the only other character I would have potentially pulled for was a Capernia. But yeah, now that I have confirmation that Ulrich is free, cause I this is the problem with me. Where is she now? Where is she now? Here. Alright. Hello.
Bertin abrió la puerta de golpe.
Hi.
Llevaba una expresión que sugería que se había desconectado de la realidad en la que estábamos. Oh, hey there. Is there something you need?
No, you keep yapping about what you were saying. I didn't understand shit. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand what you're saying. Keep yapping whatever you wish to yap about. Alright. Alright, I guess I'll build her. I guess I'll build her. I guess I'll build her now, but yeah. Alright, I guess I'll build her and try to figure out a team for her. But anything else I need to do? Anything else I need to do? Oh yeah, these real fast. Anything else I need to do before I call it a night? Cause what a day. What a day. I don't remember. What is this still yelling at me for? Here. Alright. There's that.
I was born on the day of the full moon. That's why my mom...
And the main bulletin, which I'm too lazy to actually fully go through right now. We'll take these right now. And I have the... yeah, I do have the thing. Alright, we'll buy these. And I should still have enough for the gluttony, yeah. Here. And this. And we buy these next. Alright. That thickens. Alright. We got that, and is this still... yeah, spend a certain amount of that. Which... got here. Buy more of those. I'm too lazy to do main bulletin right now, but... let's end stream. Let's end stream after that. Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Let's end stream. Let's end stream. I need to end stream, because it is 3 AM right now. It is currently 3 AM. I need to sound off. And where is... here. There we go. Alright. What a day. What a day. Okay. Yeah, but let's end stream because it is 3 a.m. and I want to sleep soon, okay? I have this bad... Okay? Ever since I stayed up to like 6 a.m. one time, I've never been able to fall back asleep before 5. I haven't been able to, so I want to change that, okay? But yeah, let's end stream. So, with all of that said and done, and before you guys derail me, I'm gonna start doing this normal outro stuff. If you're not already following, go drop me a follow, and there are the links to all my socials and stuff. There's my Twitter, my Instagram, my YouTube VODs channel, my Discord, Ko-fi, and Throne. Go check those out and support me over there. Next week, I will definitely be doing Wuwa 2.4 story, or at least a portion of it. I don't know how long the 2.4 story is, but I am definitely gonna be doing that, and there's currently a Left 4 Dead 2 collaboration in the works right now, so that might happen. How long is Human? How long is 2.4? In about how many hours? Okay, how long is it? Because I need to know so I can plan so I can try to figure out whether I should do it on Monday or Friday. Alright? But yeah, there's gonna be Wuwa and 2+ hours. That is not helpful. That is not helpful. I need to know, is it how many hours is it exactly? Or roughly, okay? But yeah, there's gonna be that and potentially a Left 4 Dead collaboration next week. I still need to talk to some people about that. But yeah, with all of that said and done, thank you all for tuning in and watching, and I will see you all later. If you stream including the app, okay. Is it actually that short? No way. No way is it actually that short. Alright, I'll see you guys all later, alright? Bye!